see how we are dressed, me and you. We have covered our balls, but we are just like goats and dogs. It should be hanging. So this is one of the main reasons. Yes, it should be. Protect and let them be free.
Data has shown that about 3 million babies have been born through the in vitro fertilization process, commonly known as IVF. It is gaining popularity as one of the ways through which people can make babies artificially. What is the process like? What does it take to have an IVF? And which people qualify to have an IVF? Today I'm at the Medifem Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center to find all these answers for you. But before I introduce my guests, let's take a short break. We'll be right back. So you're welcome back from that short break, and I'm here with a principal fertility specialist at the Medifem Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center. His name is Dr. Nana Henaku Labi. Hello, Doc.
Hello.
So today we want to talk about IVF. I know the full name is in vitro fertilization, if I'm right.
Yes.
What is IVF?
IVF, in vitro fertilization. I think before you understand what it really means, you must know what is the normal. And the normal is any couple who want to get a baby, there are certain 4 things which have to be satisfied.
Okay.
Number 1, it's the sperm of the man. 2, the egg of the woman. The egg and the sperm, they meet in the place called the fallopian tube. So egg, sperm, they meet in the tube. That's where fertilization takes place. So in normal settings, normal life, fertilization of a woman's egg is in the fallopian tubes. After the fertilization, the fertilized egg would drop down to settle in the uterus, in the womb. So these are the 4 things which are required for any couple to get a baby. The womb, the sperm, the egg, the fallopian tubes where fertilization takes place. And then it settles in the womb. 4 things, always. But for some reason, you cannot have the fertilization inside the womb of the woman. And fertilizing an egg, or the woman's egg, with the sperm outside the woman's body is in vitro fertilization. And in vitro means outside the body. It's a Greek expression for in glass. So in vitro fertilization simply means fertilizing the egg of the woman or whatever outside her body.
Right. So when are couples supposed to go for an IVF?
Which indirectly means what are the reasons for IVF? Yeah. So after an egg is fertilized in vitro, we put the resulting fertilized egg, which is now called embryo, we put it inside the womb and let the thing grow, and eventually the baby is born after 9 months or so. Now, anything which will obstruct you from getting a baby may lead on to getting that fertilized egg outside the woman's body. Anything. And I group them into four reasons where how pregnancy takes place. So if there's a problem with the egg, itself, I start with the egg. I start with then followed by the sperm, and then where fertilization takes place, the tube, and then it settles in the womb. So I simply have to go through this for egg production. Sometimes the woman, you do everything, you are able to give all those things, you think everything else is normal, but no pregnancy.
Yeah.
So it eventually ends up with us bringing the egg out and fertilizing outside. That's doing the IVF. The next one is the sperm. Assuming everything is normal, and then the sperm is sort of deficient. It's not. If you introduce a sperm through the normal way, they won't be able to reach the egg itself. In that case, even the sperm, defective sperms, we can use the defective sperm in an IVF setup. Normally, you need 500,000 sperms to fertilize one egg in normal life. Yeah. But if the sperm is defective, what we do is we take the egg, get the best out of the sperm, which is good, mix them outside. So that becomes an IVF due to low sperm raising. And again, on the other hand, in certain situations, the sperms are so low, it cannot be used even in simple IVF setup. So we have to take one sperm, take one egg, and ourselves inject that sperm into the egg. And the process is called ICSI, intracytoplasmic sperm injection.
Okay, so if there's a case where maybe the sperms are the problem, the woman is okay and everything, they still have to do an IVF to be able to get a baby?
Not necessarily. If all is well with the woman and the sperm cells are not good at all, unfortunately, we have to do an IVF. But if at some stage the sperms are not good, but they are not that bad, we can wash them, sieve them, and do a process called IUI, intrauterine insemination. But even that, it means we are preparing the sperm to inject into the womb for the sperm to go and meet the egg inside the tube. But some are so weak they cannot. Look, you measure sperm quantity in millions. If you do a sperm check, they will tell you the normal is 10 million per mil, or 20 million and above for the whole thing. And then, so you wonder why all these 20 millions, but you need only one sperm. And that is where ICSI comes in, or IUI comes in. But unfortunately, if you do IUI, you don't actually see the problem if it fails, if it doesn't work. You wouldn't know. Why? Yeah, but with IVF, you can see fertilization. You can see that there's something going on. Unfortunately, the baby is not well formed, and eventually it may not happen.
So I was asking, what's the chance when I do an IVF that it won't be successful? Because it's just like science. Medicine is not always
Exactly. It is not exact. You think you are succeeding. At the end of it, the whole world is about 37% chance of getting a success with the first IVF, with a single IVF. The whole world. Not certain places a little bit higher due to maybe superior conditions or techniques or whatever. It's a slightly higher, but it's ours. We are an average of 50 point something. And it fluctuates. It depends on who you are dealing with. An elderly person going through a normal IVF, the chances are not as high compared to a younger person aged in the 20s and things. If other things are okay, but an IVF is required, they have a higher chance of, sometimes over 70%, 77% chance of getting pregnant.
Because I was going to ask what age it is best advisable to have an IVF.
The best age to have a baby in any woman is 22. Huh? 22 years is the best age to have a baby. Wow. This thing is stuck in my brain for a long, long time since I was. It's the best age. The younger you are, it's not that good for a young girl of 18, 19 to have a baby. The older you are, then it's going towards, women have an expiry date. From 35 onwards, your fertility potential drops drastically, declines. So if you are 35, so for instance, if you come to me at the age of 28 or 24, 6, and that you have an infertility problem, it will take time to go through. But if you are already 35 plus, we wouldn't give you the normal time that people expect you to get pregnant. No, we'll start investigating immediately. Because as the older you are, the less likely your fertility potential.
That's very interesting, quite intriguing. 22 years is the best
age for having a baby.
And the longer it takes, the higher your chances.
Yes.
Yes. So, how is the procedure like? Is it painful? Is it stressful?
Okay.
Is it expensive?
Let me start from the bottom. Expensive, yes, it is. But comparatively to other nations, I think we are very cheap in Ghana.
Like how much?
Normally, in the US, for instance, you spend more than $15,000 to go through an IVF procedure. Ghana is roughly about $5,000. Dollars. Max dollars, roughly. And it depends on various units. You know, there are some units which are, we all differ a bit, but averagely, in fact, I was estimating, we were much less than the $5,000, but, and because the exchange rate, that's a problem. But that's the average cost of, we don't charge in dollars, we charge in cedis. Okay. Then, in fact, I was having a headache. I was taking paracetamol. I was squeezing my face just to take the tablets. Everything is uncomfortable in medicine, but we try to limit the pain as much as possible. Is it painful? What is IVF? How do we do it? We do that by giving you a series of injections, which takes you about 2 weeks. Every day you have to take that injection. And then once you get to a level where we are putting the baby inside. There are another series of injections until the baby is well established, which takes another month or two. So injections itself in IVF is very, very uncomfortable. People complain a lot that sometimes my buttocks is swollen and that. So that's number one, where you experience pain. Two, when it's time to go and you've produced the eggs, you've got to collect the eggs from the woman, and that is called egg retrieval. That's the second part of IVF. And of course, we use some long needle through the vagina using an ultrasound to prick. So it's not a major operation. It's an uncomfortable situation where you use a needle to go and aspirate all the eggs. And after that, 20, 30 minutes, they are gone. They go home. After that, but the procedure is uncomfortable. So we give you something called conscious sedation. Conscious. You are sort of, but you are fully sedated, no pain, nothing, and it's a very brief period. Normally not more than 20, 30 minutes for the egg collection, depending on the number, some 10. So yes, that bit is a bit uncomfortable. So you feel some pain. Your eggs are fertilized outside, and 5 days later, we have to put the eggs into the womb. And that one, it's ideally it's not painful, just like having a normal relation with your husband. You know, you feel something being down there. Minutes, seconds, we push the baby inside.
So how's sperm collection like from the man?
How do we collect the sperm? We don't put needles and things like in the woman, but the main source is from masturbation. You know what that is?
Yes.
Have you done it before?
I'm not a boy. I'm not a man.
So they masturbate and then see the fluid coming out, and sometimes it's very difficult for the clients, the patients. And I'm sorry, I made a joke with it, but some need their wives to come and help them to do that. We resist or whatever you call it, from having sex in order to produce the sperm. That you lose a lot, especially the initial sperms, you know. You may lose them, but that's where the concentrated things may be.
Okay.
So having sex to produce sperm, it's you don't advise. On the other hand, there are certain cases where there is no sperm. Normally, we have to dig into the testis area and aspirate some sperms. This is a special condition where there are no sperms even when they make their normal ejaculation, no sperm. So we have to find some sperm around the testis there and aspirate to use it to do the IVF.
Right. Thank you very much. At this point, we'll go for a quick break where we speak to one of the people who have undergone IVF. She'll share her experience with us and how the whole process was for her. When we come back, we'll speak more to Doc. So currently I'm with Akosia. She's had an IVF procedure and she was successful. So she's going to share with us what she went through, how the process was like for her. Hello Akosia, and thank you for speaking to us today. So I just want to know how your IVF process was like.
Oh, by God's grace, I would say mine has been successful all the time because I think I first came here 2014, and I'm in a distance marriage, so it's like, oh, you are okay, nothing is wrong, so let's give you medication, then you try your natural cycle. We tried it up till 2017 still. Then the doctor said, then let's go and do IVF. So we've learned a whole lot of stories. When you go do IVF, first time it's not successful. You have to do multiple times, blah, blah, blah. So it's like I was scared, but I held on to my faith. So with my first attempt, like medication, first they'll give you medication. I think they said my problem was PCOS. Okay. PCOS, so they will give you medication to boost the eggs, then the maturity of the eggs, everything becomes successful, then they retrieve the eggs. So after the retrieval of the eggs, they're expecting that within the next 5 days, you'll be fine for them to transfer the embryos. But with my first 5 days, I had something called OHSS. With that one, you bloat, then you vomit, like you cannot even eat. You feel hungry, but you cannot eat. And it's like you are not by yourself. So because of that, I cannot take it on the 5th day. So you have to treat me and wait till the next month. So by God's grace, the next month when I came, they transferred and everything was fine. I think my first pregnancy was triplets, but along the line, it's like 2 couldn't stay and 11th one. And people were saying, hey, IVF, they will stitch your womb, do blah, blah, blah. But with God's grace, they didn't stitch my womb. Everything was successful. My girl is now 4 years, TikTok girl. And I think later on, we said, oh, we want more. So after 2 years, we came back again to do the same thing again. That one too was successful. I had a successful pregnancy. But just that along the line, I had an ovarian cyst which ruptured. So now I couldn't control the pain with the pregnancy. So they have to remove the pregnancy. So with that, everything got a treatment. I have to take time before. Then I came again. So when I came again, it's like that one too. After the retrieval of eggs, because mostly it's like I go for 15 eggs, 17 eggs, but with this one I hit 36 eggs. So that means it wasn't easy. So I bloated. My stomach was like 8-month pregnancy. I was 5 cry. So they have to treat me again. And with that one, I was like always, I think I'm strong. So sometimes I even go home and come back for the treatment, then go back again. So with this one, as soon as I went home, they told me I should stay because I'm not looking well. And I saw then I said I'll go home because mostly when I finish, I drive and go back home. And they said, hey, so is that what you've been doing? It's not good, it's serious. You have to stay. So I didn't stay. I didn't mind them. Then I went to, I fainted. So that means I have to rush back. I said it's my own assault then. But I can say when I came back, the treatment, one thing I like about them is no matter what, they have time, they have patience, they will talk to you well, and they will call you to check on you. Even I can say I have almost all of them, their numbers. My husband too. In case of anything, even in the night, my husband will call them. My wife is not feeling fine. They will call you, come wherever the medication is. They will try and take the medication so you'll become fine. So with that one too, I had to wait again, then come and do the transfer again. And one good thing is mostly the semen they use is not fresh because my husband is not around. So mostly it's stored semen. So just imagine the owner of the hospital will tell you that we are good because imagine the stored semen that we use for it. It's a stored semen, and even after that they have to store the embryos too for like 3-4 months before they transfer. Yeah. With some people, their man will be there, the owner, they take the semen and put it in. But with my, not that way. But at the end of the day, I get successful results. Me, fine, they are doing their job. But I believe in God too. I know without God, nothing can be possible.
So one last thing I want to ask is, how was the journey like emotionally? How were you feeling about it?
It's not easy because last time I told one lady at the front desk, climbing this staircase up there, having hope. What pains me is you have to always come for injections. There is not the medication alone that you take alone. The injections alone you take, especially before they will retrieve the eggs, and after the retrieval and the transfer, you have to take an injection again. That injection, the one giving you the injection is not painful. The injection, a drone, kasana, they give it to you, and after that, you could see otonya yeah. So me, if somebody is sitting somewhere and especially come and beat my daughter there, I'll kill you. Yes, because the pain and emotionally alone, because last year when I miscarried, it's like when I'm walking, I've been crying because after that, you have to also see the doctor, come again for that ovariances that I had because of the PCOS that I have. It's likely that it will come, so it's not their fault. It's normal. The experience emotionally. Just imagine somebody sitting there. The husband is sitting beside her. The lady was crying. When I got there, she was crying. I was certified. I was saying it's painful. And I said, really, it's painful. Go and ask her if it is painful. How many eggs did you get? She would tell you like 10, 15. But me, 37 eggs. Even if it was painful, I didn't cry. Who did I go and cry to? My husband is not here. My mother is not here. So I just keep quiet and lie down and fold my arms. So emotionally, it's not easy.
All right, thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. She says the process, even though quite painful, is worth it at the end of the day. Let's go back to Doc and conclude the conversation. You're welcome back. So I'm seated back with Doc, and this part we're going to talk about some of the controversial things that we've heard people say about IVF. What women who go through IVF are supposed to do, some of the facts, the misconceptions, and all of those things surrounding it. Doc, welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. So, personally, I've heard people say that when you have an IVF, the likelihood of getting 2 or more babies is very high. I've seen someone who has given birth to 4 quadruplets, and everybody said, well, she did an IVF, and she also confirmed that she did an IVF. So what's the chance of getting multiple babies from an IVF? And if that is very true, why is it the case?
Yes. Normally, you've stimulated, you get a lot of eggs. You fertilize them. Sometimes you get as much as 10, 15 fertilized eggs, which are called embryos. So, actually, we discuss with the patient, how many do you want to put in? And some of them who have been, yearning for a baby for a long time, they will tell you, doctor, put 5, doctor, put 4. But elsewhere in the US, UK, you are not allowed to put more than 1. Ghana, we don't have a law restricting us. Okay. But I'll tell you soon we will have, because we are working on it, the government and then our association. Together we are working on a draft to regulate these things. And yes, we put, for us, not more than 3. If anybody even wants 3, they have to take special permission from me before I agree. Otherwise, we normally put 1, 2, and yes, sometimes 3. It depends on the way we see your fertility potential. In a young woman, everything seems to be okay. Maybe due to something, the male side, or we try to limit as many as we can. You put 3, you may develop all 3. And that you have the triplets. Some they insist, they really give us tough time. They want, and even for that we make them sign. They want 4. You put it and they would develop quadruplets. But to be honest, with our standard, we find it a failure if somebody has more than 2. You failed. Because 3, 4, you see it you hear it in the news and all that. Really, it's not right. Because the amount of torture the woman goes through to carry these 4 babies is no joke. And why they normally end up having miscarriages. So the higher the order of pregnancy is, the more likely you develop a miscarriage. There are situations where some women themselves from their family background and all that, they can't develop the higher order multiple babies, and that is not very common.
That is to mean that maybe just one egg was put there, but they may be able to develop twins from that.
That twinning from the one egg is commoner and is more, it depends more on the genetics of the person. You have a person from a twinning family, it can't easily happen.
Right. So now let's talk about the do's and don'ts. When you are about to get an IVF, what should you do? What should you not do? Your lifestyle.
It's why are you going for the IVF? Whatever is preventing you from getting pregnant, if it's preventable, you should try to avoid it. Smoking, you drinking so much, even your husband always, drinking so much. And this is part of the process of not getting pregnant. Food-wise, there are several conditions which is related to diabetes, for you to have poor egg production. In that case, you have to try and, with the advice of the doctor, to try and sort of manage that situation where your egg production can be. It's a very popular situation called polycystic ovaries syndrome, PCOS they call it. And then in that case, you have to watch what you eat, so as to, limit whatever. Men, usually, when they have poor, low sperm, we encourage them to take honey. And look, see how we are dressed, me and you. We have covered our balls, but we are just like goats and dogs. It should be hiding. So this is one of the main reasons. Yes, it should be. Protect and let them be free. Then pregnancy will take place. So avoiding, the root of the pregnancy, non-pregnancy causes could help in the situation. IVF is as simple as that. We promote eggs. So even if your eggs you can't promote it because of some of the conditions I've mentioned, we are not going to succeed, because even though we are doing it, the eggs won't come. Yes, we do get situations where no eggs are produced, and we have to cancel the whole cycle. And so anything which will make you, your initial doctors will tell you, regarding do this or that to promote fertility. It's sort of required in general. There are no specific requirement that I'm going for IVF, therefore I should not drink tea, I should not drink coffee, and that sort of thing. I heard them talking about it, but
it's not true. Okay, so
there is no medical basis of it. It's just like the normal care pregnancy thing.
Okay, so can you choose the gender of your child?
Yes, it's possible, but unfortunately we don't do it in Ghana yet. I heard some of our colleagues, they've been trying. We call it pre-implantation genetic diagnosis. It means before the egg gets stuck in there, we manage to bring some out. You take a cell out of the developing embryo and study it for whatever you want to. Apart from sex typing, there are some medical conditions where you can diagnose this before the newly made embryo gets implanted. So they take them to the lab, remove one cell from the growing embryo and test it. Sorry. Unfortunately, sex typing, it's supposed to be common, especially with the Nigerians, but it's a very expensive way of going through doing what I just described, PGDs.
Yes. Finally, I want to know some of the lifestyle choices that young people can adopt to reduce infertility rates, because sometimes our lifestyles also put us at risk of not being able to produce.
Very much.
Both in men and women. So before you even get to the point where you need an artificial help to be able to produce, what can you do as an individual to be able to increase?
Yes, you learned something from me. I said the best age to have a baby is.
Yes.
So
22.
that's number one. You don't wait and keep it when you are 38, 40, then you come for a baby. And seriously, it seems the infertility has gone up, infertility problem. It's mainly due to the woman's aim to have her own career, and therefore a delay. You are postponing your fertility, and it's not only fertility issues. I'm sure you've heard about something called fibroids. Yes. You've heard about endometriosis. Yes. These are all something to do with not the uterus or the system not having a baby. So fibroids take over. Endometriosis take over. My mother had me when she was 46 years. Can you imagine? At that time, as if there are no endometriosis and no fibroids. Why? And after me, 46, there were three, a twin and a terrier. That was my mother. Now, from the little you have gotten from me, how did it occur? How 46 she was still having a baby? Because she started very early and continued every 2 years, like that.
So the spacing to is a factor.
I mean, we're talking of the scientific aspect of it. I'm not trying to be controversial, but it's a fact that as you delay your fertility thing, these diseases are mentioned, fibroid, and they take over because of what we call estrogens, which come up and they stimulate the growth of the fibroids very much, stimulate. And then at the end of it, you are struggling. Every year, every woman was born with a number of fixed eggs. Listen to this portion. At birth, you have about 1 million to 2 million eggs in you as a baby. Then, as you grow, 10, 12, 11, you have your first menstruation. That is called menarche. You have lost about 30% of your endowed eggs. And every month that you menstruate, about 40 to 50 eggs come up for only one to stick his neck out. It will also answer you, are there problems with IVF because you are producing more eggs? Is she going to be able to, the eggs that you lose during IVF or you make, you would have lost them anyway in a normal brush-up. So yes, age at which you have your family is very important. Younger girls, you should be very careful. You should be very careful not to have your tubes damaged from miscarriages, abortions, and things like that. That's very important for the younger ones. Inordinate sex, infections down there, tubal damage, eventually no baby. If, for both sides, male and females, if you had any issues about fertility, don't waste too much time. You go and see the doctor. They will assess you. And the other thing is men, they usually blame women for whatever their problems are, but they are equally culpable. But 40% of infertility is due to men.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nana Henaku Labi. He is Principal Fertility Specialist at the Accra Fertility Center, subsidiary of Medifair Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center. And he has been speaking to us about IVF, the procedure, the do's and don'ts, and things that as young people we can do to enhance our chances of fertility. My name is Stella Shanelly.
Coding is basically translating English language into Baranese.
It's another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. I am Na Oyokote. Stay tuned as I bring you business news that made headlines during the week and an exclusive interview you wouldn't want to miss. Now, in the growing world of information technology, coding has become very important. Like learning a new language, it is best to learn coding at a younger age to build a solid foundation. Now, in Ghana, there are several institutions who have taken it upon themselves to teach young people about the art of coding, as well as the benefits of coding to society. One of such are Richard Esumening and Forgive Adifu of Naraso Ghana Limited. My colleague Mauli Aholomega sat with these two who delved into the prospect of coding in Ghana. Enjoy the conversation.
In a few years, machine learning infused with coding will begin to dominate key sectors of our economy. In Ghana, a group of young professionals are helping young people to learn about different aspects of coding to help bring change in our society. On this week's edition of BizTech, I speak with one of the coordinators for Code Factory to learn more about the development. Before I introduce my guest, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back from that break. On this week's edition of BizTech, my guest is Nkiommo Woho, and he's the application manager for cybersecurity at Naraso, Ghana, and he's also the coordinator for Code Factory. Nana, welcome to BizTech.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm good, yourself?
I'm doing very well.
Great, it's good to meet you, man.
Yeah. So before we go into it, I've been learning a lot from you in coding, for the coding aspect of things. For those who don't really know what coding is, what exactly is coding?
Oh, okay. Thank you. So coding is basically translating English language into Baranese. Okay. So when we talk about languages, we have different type of languages. Computers, they don't speak English. They speak coding. So coding is a computer language. Okay. That's the only language computer understand. So when we talk about coding, it's just like you are translating English language into numbers, 0 and 1.
0 and 1.
Yes.
So basically, that's what most computers understand.
Yes.
Okay. So what are the types of coding and the aspects of coding? Okay,
so we have various types of coding. Okay, but as for us as Naraso and Code Factory, we focus on 4 key programming languages. So we are looking at Scratch, because what we seek to achieve or to do is to train the children from age between 5 to 17 on how to code. So we start with Scratch, which is the basic programming languages that they can do their own gaming and all that. Then we look at the HTML and CSS, to build their own application, website, small websites, things like that. We look at Python. Python, you can do gaming. As a matter of fact, Python, you can do a lot of things from Python. You can do gaming in advance. You can do data analytics and all that website all through Python. So it's one of the languages we teach. And we also teach AI, artificial intelligence and robotics. Yeah, but there are a lot of languages as far as coding is concerned, like Java, Flutter, and all that. So yeah.
So you mentioned something very interesting, like artificial intelligence.
Yes.
Yeah, which is a very key component of our world. For those who don't really know what artificial intelligence, just give us a brief. And where do you see artificial intelligence, the role it will play in our global development? Right.
Okay. So artificial intelligence have come to stay. It's building an image with certain level of intelligence to be able to do certain basic functions. As a matter of fact, by 5 to 10 years, a lot of people will lose their job if they don't know how to code.
That's very worrying.
Yeah, because you see, the artificial intelligence is come to do certain aspects for businesses, processes and all that. Okay, so that is why we as Naraso and Code Factory are so passionate to train the children. Bible says train the child the way they should go, so that when they grow. So we want to start inculcate this into them, so that by the time they are out of senior high, they are more or less entrepreneurs. They can start doing their own thing. Yeah. So artificial intelligence is a very sensitive subject, and elsewhere they use it at the end. So in the global landscape, it's growing, and we need to catch up as Ghanaians, as Africans, and that's why we are so passionate to start training the kids. Yeah, because very soon when you go to the airport, you see artificial intelligence at the higher display, because the robots have level of intelligence, and therefore they can take your picture, they can scan your passport, and that will reduce the human being, yeah. So 10 years to come, artificial
manager for Naraso Ghana, and he's also the coordinator for Code Factory, and they've been teaching young kids how to learn coding. I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. I've been speaking with Richard Kwame Asumeni, and he's a coordinator for Code Factory, and he's also the software application manager for Norasol Ghana. Now, Kwame, I've been learning so much from you, especially coding and artificial intelligence and all of that. Now, let's come to Code Factory.
Okay.
And I want to find out, what's the impact of teaching these young kids so far? I know you've been operating for some time now, right? What has the impact been so far for you?
Okay, thank you. It's been awesome. It's been great. But before I talk about the impact, I'm in charge of cybersecurity and application.
Okay.
You're right. Okay. So, yeah, I'm in charge. So it's been amazing, the consumers of technology. Okay, so for us to training them to be more proactive, to build that confidence in them to develop their own gaming. So instead of them being consumers, now they are more like innovators. So it's been awesome. Like Metro TV from Mondays to Wednesdays, 4 to 4:30. And you see kids by age 5, 7 to 17 developing their own basic games and doing their own games, building their small websites. So it's been awesome. The impact is great. It's been awesome.
But yeah, just still on the kids, what's that one key thing that you find among the kids? Are they enthused learning the coding? Are you see is it impacting on their education and all of that?
Yes, yes, it is. I mean, they love gadgets. So for you to tell them that, okay, you play games on the computer, you don't know who developed the game, but when you go through these lessons, you have the ability and the knowledge, the skill set, the confidence to do your own game and play. That is awesome, and that's what is driving them, because they want to do, build their own game, develop their own games, play with their siblings and show their parents, and that's the proud of every parent. Elon Musk, by the age of 10, he started coding. At age 12, he has developed his own game. He sold it to Computer Magazine. Today, he's one of the richest. Yeah. So it's been awesome. They love it because they love playing with gadgets. They love playing with computers. And this time, they are not consuming, but they are making an impact and create their own games. So it's been great.
Yeah, so I want to come down to your field, which is cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is very essential for any technology, and I know. What's the correlation between coding and cybersecurity? Are they related in a way?
Of course, yeah. So cybersecurity is awesome. I mean, there's nothing like being a security man. Just to see what is happening in the cyberspace, just to see, monitor, prevent the bad guys and all that. So it's been awesome. So coding, it's helping because monitoring and analyzing.
What are the prospects for Norasol and then Code Factory?
Awesome. So softwares we've developed. If you have any requirements, you just bring it, be a mobile app and all that. We'll do it for you. Okay. So the future is great. Right. We want to grow a new set of children who will come, with hands-on and be able to do something instead of we don't have unemployment situation where you are out of school, you don't know what to do. Yeah. Parents should encourage their children to get into the tech space, especially the coding. We have Code Factory running on Metro TV from Mondays to Wednesdays, 4:30, 4 to 4:30, and we want them to sign up, to learn this coding because technology has come to stay, and everything is moving into the digital space. So it's important we pull the children along and get them there. So, yeah.
Richard, thank you so much. I've had a very insightful conversation.
Thank you.
There you have it. I'm speaking with Richard Kwame Asumeni, and he's a cybersecurity application manager for Norasol Ghana, and he's also a coordinator for Code Factory. And we've been learning about coding and its context for Ghana. of the instructors for Code Factory. Her name is Forgive, and she's going to teach us a little bit about coding. Forgive, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. How are you too?
I'm doing very well. Okay. So I understand you're one of the instructors at Code Factory.
Yes.
How's the experience like for you?
Okay, so my name is Forgive Venunye Aku Adifu, and I'm a software engineer.
Okay.
And a coding instructor with Code Factory. And at Code Factory, we teach kids how to code and build amazing stuff. Okay, so the program is helping kids, or it's meant to help kids explore their potentials in multidisciplinary, diverse, fun, live programs, right? And it's an interesting program. Currently, we have 3 sessions, 9 sessions that is going on.
Okay.
When we have a summer school currently going on, yes.
Okay.
So that's a little bit about Code Factory.
Okay. So you've been doing this for some time now. What's the one key thing that you've seen among the kids that are coming into Code Factory to learn about the coding?
Well, it's helping them in so many ways, but one of the ways that I can talk about is it helps them think differently. You know how how they think about ideas, the vague ideas. They are able to, think through it and bring it to and give solutions to all these ideas and all of that. Yes. Okay. So it helps them with problem solving, critical thinking, and all of that.
Okay. Finally, Forgive. Why should anyone come to Code Factory?
Yeah, looking at where the world is headed, right? It's a very good thing for everybody to learn or to know. Since it's a technological world that we are in now, it's just good for you to know what is happening. The doctors, teachers, whoever you are, you need some sort of knowledge in coding to be able to work in your field, right? So this is why everybody should, give it a chance. Right.
Very well said, Forgive. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
There you have it. I've been speaking with Forgive, and she's one of the instructors at Code Factory, and she's been taking us through her experience and then also the experience of some kids who are participating at Code Factory. They've been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. My name is Mauto. Many thanks for watching.
Thank you, Mauto Aholimega, for that interesting conversation. Up next is Biz Headlines. Now on to our very first story. The Minister of Trade and Industry, Alan Tremateng, has said the development of the National AfCFTA policy framework and action plan will improve Ghana's trade regime with other African counterparts. According to him, the policy framework and action plan under the AfCFTA will outline short to medium-term implementation priorities and strategies meant for Ghana's private sector. Speaking at the launch of the National AfCFTA Policy Framework and Action Plan, the Trade and Industry Minister said Ghana stands at a greater chance of harnessing the full benefits of the Free Trade Pact.
Ongoing initiatives under Ghana's 10-point industrial transformation agenda, such as the One District, One Factory initiative, the establishment of new strategic anchor industries aimed at diversifying the economy.
The Salaries Commission has announced that the COLA payments to public sector employees will start soon. According to the Commission, the modalities for facilitating the payments have been successfully completed. Chief Executive of the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, Benjamin Arthur, said, "We are certain that the government will implement it, so nobody should have doubts. Realizing the money in your pocket, we are working on the schedule, and I am sure maybe in about 2 to 3 weeks' time, the government will come out public with the exact date. That has been done. and it will have to be communicated to organized labor. A 5-year ban on the construction of liquefied petroleum gas station has been lifted by Cabinet at its 35th sitting held on Wednesday, August 3, 2022. The move comes on the back of a strike that was held by tanker drivers and LPG marketing companies over some concerns. In a letter dated August 3, 2022, and addressed to the chairman of the LPG Marketers Association of Ghana, Chief Executive Officer of the National Petroleum Authority, Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid, we are pleased to inform you that Cabinet at its 35th sitting held on August 3 has granted a special dispensation to allow the completion of the construction of stranded LPG stations across the country that were affected by the ban on the construction and operation of new LPG facilities in 2017. That's all for this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Also get interactive with us on all our social media handles. On Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, we are at the GhanaWeb. Also subscribe to our YouTube page, GhanaWeb TV. Have a lovely weekend. My name is Na Oyukwoti.
It's another exciting edition of Talkertainment. As usual, I am your host, Elsie. Our guest for today is a diplomat. She loves everything Ghanaian, everything music, everything culture, everything arts. Yes, don't forget, her job here in Ghana is also to promote French culture among citizens. And that is exactly what we're about to find out, as well as more and more and more in the world of entertainment. I'll introduce my guest to you shortly after this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick break. Like I said earlier, we have here a diplomat who I usually describe her as someone for the people. She's liberal, she's down to earth. That's how I describe her. So, Her Excellency Anne Sophie is here with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for having us at your beautiful residence.
Thank you. Welcome. Akala.
Oh! And what else do you know in Ghanaian language aside Akaba?
Mania J, Sammy Wo, and GhanaWeb.
Okay, that's a nice try. That's a nice.
For having me.
That's Chi.
That's true.
Aside Chi, which other language?
Oh, I'm already struggling with Tree. But sometimes I try, because, I've come to realize that you come to Ghana, so people tell you, one of the main languages is Tree, so you try and learn Tree. And then you go to Jamestown. It's not very far from here, right? And then people speak Ga.
Yeah.
So you go to Ho, or the Volta region.
Yeah.
People speak
Ewe.
And then you go up in the north, and people speak Hausa,
yeah, Dagbani,
and you go, really? How can they actually communicate?
So many languages.
So many languages. It's so I'm trying to learn a bit of Tree, but yeah, it would take me probably another 20 years posting to manage to just sort of butcher other Ghanaian languages.
Let's come to music. What were some of the sounds or Ghanaian music you heard even before coming here to Ghana?
Let me be very honest. France has very, very close links to Francophone Africa. Yeah. So the musicians that we know in France usually are from Francophone Africa. So we know this kind of music, which is exotic and some rhythms, reggae and this kind of stuff. But the language is French. So it's easy for us to relate. And Ghanaian music is very diverse. I mean, it's not just high life, it's hip hop, high life, dancehall, reggae. You guys can do absolutely everything. Afrobeat. And it's probably because of historical links. The bridge goes to the UK and the US, but really passes above France. So and when I arrived here, I discovered this music, and I thought it was American. I thought it was American artists because the quality of the music, the quality of arrangement, the quality of the sounds was so professional. When you don't really pay attention to the language that is spoken, I thought it was American. And even when you listen to American rappers, they've got their own language, so eventually you're not even sure it's English. I thought it was American music. So then I got to adapt and meet with some artists, and I was like, but you are actually Ghanaian. I mean, what you produce, you mean you didn't record in America? It's actually Ghanaian. And I got to I did my homework going through the several amazing artists that you have in Ghana, and I'm just blown away by the quality of what they do. And the UK, US have spotted them immediately. Some quite a few artists are doing collabs in the UK, US, and then they're shutting down some huge
arenas.
In the arenas. It's just very impressive. So I thought, hey, this quality of music, this professionalism, this creativity, and the youth sometimes of those artists, that tells some things about Ghana. And this somehow is a brand ambassador for Ghana. And I've got to work on that, to put Ghana on the map for France, and also use some French artists to be more known in Ghana, because you don't know many French artists, do you? And sometimes the one you will quote are actually Belgian, which is great. We like to call them French, but they're Belgian, and they sing in French. But so it's reciprocal. You don't know really French music that well. Some of it sometimes, or some songs, or some artists you don't really know, like David Guetta. Not many people know he's actually completely French. They think so. You see, when you reach a certain level of quality, you are labeled American. You see what I mean? Even if you are completely French or completely Ghanaian. So I think it's important to use that this quality production of music, songs, sounds, the professionalism, to show and say something about Ghana and share, because that is something that speaks to people's hearts. So back to the language you speak fluently, the hearts of people's language. Then music is certainly one language that we can speak to each other.
Exactly. So like, what artists would you look at if there's an opportunity to kind of like have a collaboration with French artists?
Oh, we've done that already. Oh, we have. We have brought 6 artists of Ghana to France to do collabs with French artists.
Who are those?
So I think it began with Kwabna.
Okay.
Who's done like 3 or 4 songs
already.
Oh
wow.
Then Gasmila, Fameye, Becca.
Wow.
Stoneboy.
Okay.
And Sarkodie.
Okay.
So it could have been many others, and actually Aquaboa just did one with the same French artist as well, no later than yesterday. But those 6 had done that during the summer last year. And so to present what they had done, we had a concert, Paris and Accra in December here, and we'll have a return leg for some of them in Paris in April.
Oh, wow.
So yes, of course.
That's great.
And I hope that they will seize the opportunity when they are in France, and when they went to France to record with Passy and Orti, they also met with other French artists, and they took the opportunity to show what they were doing on French radio, and to catch attention of French artists who will want to do collabs. So more French artists do more collaborations with more Ghanaian artists. But for some bizarre reasons, in the past year, many French artists have gone to France. Sorry, Ghanaian artists have come to France to visit and make connections. And I know King Promise is going to perform in Paris on the 30th of April. And there's now the Ghana Music Awards that happened in Toulouse. So that is putting Ghanaian artists in France. So I just sort of opened the way a bit. And then they're very professional. They know that the moment you just open the door like this, they will just
take advantage.
Take advantage and make lots of connections. And French artists certainly have interest in Ghanaian artists. I tried to contact Maître Gims, who's not really French actually, but he sings in French. We like to think of him as French, but he's Congolese. We contacted him to offer him to do collabs, and he said, but I really want to come and perform in Ghana. And we have this amazing Ghanaian-born artist called Cephas, who was adopted by French parents at the age of 8, who has done his life in France. He's now 20-something, and he is a star in France, sings in French, and he even was a finalist to represent France at the Eurovision Song Contest. So I know that very shortly he will come back to Ghana, back to the roots. He has not been back to Ghana ever since he was adopted. He's from Navrongo. So you see, we're certainly opening like a big channel between France and Ghana in the area of music, because that's a language we both love, understand, and I'm sure there's a lot to be done in that respect. Plus, if our French artists sing in French, that brings a bit of the French language here.
Yeah. So with that being said, what's the difference, like the main difference between the Ghanaian music industry and the French music industry?
Well, it's very different in terms of sound, of course. We also have rappers, but the rap is different. French rap is different. We don't have so much high life and the rhythms. We have much more variety and radio commercial kind of things, but we've also got quite a diverse production. But in terms of industry, if we go beyond the actual production, this is an industry that is very strongly supported by the French government, not being funded by the government, but there is a legal frame that really helps the French artists to thrive. Every little community, we don't really have villages, but small town, has a community center where people can learn how to sing, practice music. We have music academies everywhere. So if you have just a bit of a hint of a talent, you get a chance to practice and see where it goes. Then you have access to studios to record your first record. Then you have some contests. Then you have many opportunities to try and show what you can do. And then if you really are good and someone notices you, then you can record a record. We are protecting French music in a way that we radios and TVs have a compulsory percentage of French productions or Francophone productions to display. So you can display as much music in your program on the radio as much as you want, provided you have 30% of Francophone music. That is to help the French music and the Francophone music to have a platform, but also to ensure that this traditional kind of language singing in French is not getting lost under the huge wave of American music that is of course easier, more international. With
what you have said, I think it means French in terms of advantages, they have got a lot of advantages as compared to the Ghanaian entertainment industry.
Yeah, but it didn't work. It didn't come overnight. You see, they had some artist unions who have advocated for that. Then we also have a very strong royalty institution that collects the money from everyone who displays music and pays the artists. And this is called SSM. It's the equivalent of GAMRO, but it's hugely efficient.
Speaking of Gamera, what's your view on all that has happened so far? I'm sure you might have heard artists.
Yeah, people are. Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah.
You see, I haven't dug into this thing. I can only observe that if you take someone like Chatawale or all those artists, Sarkodie, Stonebwoy, and even those who have one huge hit, like Kelvin Boy was Down Flat, or I know I'm not listing them all, so I will have to apologize.
You've heard Down Flat. Oh,
of course, I'm trying to.
She's modern.
I'm trying to learn the choreography.
Yeah. We'll do that. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, we won't. I haven't rehearsed yet. So. Such a big hit, you see. If you register that song at the SSM and it is displayed in Europe, he will just have to sit there and wait for royalties to fall.
Yeah.
When you see the number of views on YouTube, the number of downloads on all the platforms, streams and everything, all of them should be billionaires.
Yeah.
So I'm not criticizing anything. I'm just wondering, how come?
Yes.
Are they not billionaires through just royalties, not concerts, not selling, just royalties, considering the magnitude of what they are doing, of the success that they are putting out there. So there surely is something that could be adjusted and bettered and probably strengthened so that they actually can live from their art. And the way the French system works, of course, some singers with only one hit in their entire career still live on the royalties, and their children live on the royalties. So it's true that it's cash machine for people who do real big hits or whose albums are golden records. Or true, but even for small artists, if they produce one music, if there are composers for one big artist. Every time it is displayed, every time it is replayed, every time it is adapted, there's something back for them. So it enables a lot of people to live, and not only the big arts whose face you have on the billboards, but also all the musicians behind, the composers, the people who do the arrangements, the people who write the lyrics, if they are not the same. So in France, this industry is helping many, many people to live, because you can only be an author and just write lyrics and still live on this.
Yeah, let's take a quick break here. I know this is getting more interesting, but when we come back, we have more for you. You are watching Talkertainment here on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from the break. If you just joined us, you are watching Talkertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm here with the very beautiful Her Excellency Annie Sophie.
Yeah, people, aka Akosia.
But who gave you Akosia?
Some, in Ghana, one of the first things people ask you is what day were you born.
Yeah.
So I said Sunday. So people say, okay, so you're Akosia.
Oh, okay.
So if I was Fanti, it would be Essie.
You know all that.
3 years and a half. I've done a bit of my homework. Really.
And if you're an Elway, what would it be?
I don't know really. Tell me. Is there a names day as well for the airways?
I think it's the same, but we say Akosia.
Akosia.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't say Akosia, but the airways say Akosia.
I don't really hear the difference. Akosia. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Akosia.
Yeah, so Akosia. So what are your experiences so far? memorable Ghanaian culture gestures have you received so far during your stay here?
Well, I wanted from the very beginning when I arrived to go to as many places as possible to have a broader vision of Ghana. So I went to the Volta region where there is a village called Fume. Fume, near Vane.
Vane.
You probably know that in this area there's a large family whose name is Ave, which is also my last name. So I was quite curious to go and see and meet these people who have the same name as mine and see if we could have any connections. And we're still digging to try and find if we do, but it was quite interesting because I've always wondered where my name came from, right? Ave means the bird in Spanish, but I'm not sure it comes from there. It means hi, hello, Ave Maria. And then now I also know that means forest, in a way.
Yeah.
So I can have a multi...
Ave
could be a multi origin, I don't know. So when I went to the Volta region, in this village, it was Easter ceremonies. And I had this very, very emotional moment when they played the French national anthem on the middle of the mountains. And that was so emotional. You don't expect that. Can you imagine? You're in a foreign country, in the surroundings that you completely discover, that is completely new to you, and people in your honor play the Ghanaian anthem. That is wow.
You feel a sense of welcoming.
It's more than that.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely, it's just undescribable. And that was my very first amazing encounter with Ghanaian culture. So they had a display of dances, traditional dances, and so I thought, wow. And I realized that all the dances meant something. It was actually telling a story.
So moving away from that, I see a touch of Ghana in most of your article of clothing, most of it. How do you select these outfits?
Oh, well, do you know, that tells a lot about the French fashion. People tend to think that the French elegance that we like to display is about French designers. But truth is that the way we French like to dress is a pick and mix of many international designers. So if you go to France, to the Champs-Élysées, to the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré, to those streets where you have many, many shops of luxury fashion, but also if you go to shops that have more medium accessible fashion, the ones I go to be honest.
Are you sure those are the ones you go to?
Absolutely, absolutely. I can't afford the
Louis Vuitton.
No, I can't. Absolutely, no. And honestly, I'm just checking. No, I can't.
Oh, but that's where Ghanaian celebrities shop.
Yeah,
most of them.
When they can afford it, why not? I mean, and I'm glad because it's French. So thank God some people that can actually buy from them. But I can't afford it. So, but I love it. I think I once treated myself with a handbag that I had saved money for years before I could actually buy it.
From which store? Which of the stores?
From Louis Vuitton. So I'm very happy I've got one handbag or maybe two out of them. But you see, on a daily basis, you're gonna dress in Louis Vuitton.
Yeah.
And so the French elegance and the French way of dressing is about picking and mixing things from different designers and trying to create a look that will suit you, considering your shape and that at my age I can't wear everything. There are stuff that, you know, too short dresses really not anymore. So of course, looking at the Ghanaian fashion, there are things that make me look good and that I feel comfortable in. So this is very French to picking and mixing, including African parts and African design.
But do you have suppliers for your Ghanaian wear, or you buy them yourself when you go out?
Oh, I go out myself. I like to choose myself, you know. So, you know, I have to try things on. So either I have tailors who come here and they take measurements, or but they are always Ghanaian, or some shops like, of course, the brands like J. Garte or Christy Brown. But I like to go to the shops so I can try things on, because they may look beautiful on a beautiful model, but then when they're on me, it's not so good. So, okay, I go for something else. So, yeah, I love choosing myself.
In terms of fashion, what do you think the French will accept from Ghanaian fashion designers?
Well, first of all, you must take your Ghanaian designers to France to show what you can do. It's not wrapping people in a wax. It's well-cut, well-designed dresses or outfits that the French would love. Every time I had French visitors here, they go back with some Ghanaian designers' outfit because they think it's something you can actually wear in France. It's not exotic. It is the shape of it is something you can actually wear. And you see, especially business women or women who are working, usually it's very tough to find something that is both classical and serious and yet a bit of original.
Yeah.
We don't want to dress like suits and tie, really, like men. So we want to have something that looks serious but still has something
casual.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I would immediately wear is a jacket like this, but the interior would be with an African print or African design. So yeah, Sekbi, for instance, has put together a collection with the what do you call that? I can't remember. It's from Mali. I forgot what the pattern is. It's a specific pattern, and it's absolutely beautiful. Bogolan, of course. But you know, the shape of the jacket is just very European, very Western. But then in the inside, there's this little pattern or a detail that really makes a difference.
Finally, do you think we are promoting our African made in Ghana goods well enough?
Not enough. I think you're shy. I think you're a bit shy, and I think the first step is to be conscious that what you do, be it in music, in fashion, in arts, in paintings, in photography, it is worth being displayed in Europe. So that's the first step. Say, oh, is what I'm doing that good and good enough to be displayed in Europe? The answer is yes. The second thing is, how do I do it? And I think the only way is to join forces. What you do here, like Taste of Ghana in December, you must transport that in France and in Europe. But you also have to blend with other music. So I don't like the idea of like a ghetto where you put all that Ghana displays and then people come and just see like they're going to see what Ghana does. It's important to promote, use brand ambassadors. So have musical collaborations with people and people say, wow, and so they are Ghanaians and you didn't know. Like you didn't know that David Guetta was French. Having designers who will be on the runway of the Paris fashion show. And people say, wow, who's that young designer? Who are those beautiful things? Well, they're Ghanaian. So you see, just in every different areas where you have added value and amazing talents, you should just join forces, go several designers, several musicians, several painters, several photographers, and join forces to bear the cost of that promotion out there. But then I think it is worth it.
Okay, so we are going to, we put some questions here.
Oh dear.
These are fan questions. You're going to pick from it. And then...
And do I have a joker? Do I have a joker where I can say, oh, I don't want to reply to that one? Ghanaian festival. Oh, I think basically December is just one big festival. You've got Afrochella, you've got Rapperholic, you've got the one in the Shai Hills.
Yeah.
You've got there was
Winterland or Wonderland.
Yeah, Wonderland. Wonderland. You've got so many festivals, and I think I would say December.
Yeah.
I think you should call December one big festival, one big party in Ghana. Yeah. I think.
But were you at any of them?
Of course. I came back from France on the 25th.
Yeah.
And I dashed from the airport to be at Rapperholic.
Wow.
So, of course, I couldn't miss that. Then I was in Afrochella. I was in Taste of Ghana. I didn't do Wonderland. I could have done, but it was in Shai Hills.
Yeah.
And I was in Wonderland, yeah. So, no, I missed the BIM concert. But next year I make sure I won't. So next year I will have like a full schedule And my December will be
chilling.
Back-to-back chilling, yeah, back-to-back all the concerts and make sure that I can see all my wonderful artists on stage.
Yeah, last one?
Oh, last one, okay, so I don't know which was the one I'm missing. Top Ghanaian musicians. You have so many. I mean, this is terrible. You have so many. I mean, you know what? Look at my Boomplay playlist. These are the songs that I repeatedly listen to, and there's already lots of them. I've listed the 6 that have done collabs with France. So Sarkozy, Stoneboy, Kwabna, Famille, Gasmila, Becca. But you have Mona For Real, she's just amazing. Wow. Jackie as well. And as for the youngs, I mean, you have Kenyatta, you have Kwame Eugene, of course, you have Kiddy, you have Kwesi Arthur, you have Calvin Boy, of course, you have. I mean, I'm forgetting some. So of course you have King Promise, Mr. Drew, Darko Vibes. I mean, you name it. You have. It's just incredible. You turn here, you turn there. You've got just incredible musicians, and each of them have a hit. So yeah, I couldn't list. I mean, it's just. And don't ask me to say which one is my favorite. I love them all. I love them all.
I'm very certain you love them all. Before I let you go, you are, in as much as you are very loved by a lot of Ghanaians. Okay, I can also assume that in the same light you have been receiving harsh comments here and there. How do you take that?
Actually, not.
Well, really?
If they do that behind my back. But I haven't. No, I haven't.
So you haven't heard any West rumor about yourself?
No.
So far?
No, it hasn't come to me. The only thing that sometimes I get is about the Francophone Africa and questions or concerns about how France behaves in Africa. And of course, it's never nice to hear these criticisms because they are usually groundless. But at the end of the day, it gives me the opportunity to set the record straight. Because if people think that, it's because the rumors actually they are circulating about the French and France as a country in Francophone Africa. And I use every opportunity to set the record straight. And people, when they know the truth and they start thinking, does it make sense? Is it just possible? Then they sometimes they apologize, sometimes they thank me because they just didn't know. So no, but about myself, no, never.
Mm-hmm. So the TikTok trend you've been following, I guess. Which of it is your favorite right now? You mentioned Down Flats when we were about stats.
Yeah, of course. I like Obia as well by Aquaboa.
So Obia.
Opia. Sorry,
okay.
Opia.
So
I like the latest that Amerado did with Kwame Eugene as well. Mutua.
Oh yeah, I can see that you know a lot of these songs.
So
that's
yes.
really impressive.
Yeah,
really impressive.
And I try to keep track of what's coming.
Because I'm sure that some Ghanaians do not know as much as you know in terms of music.
Well, I don't know. I love music, so now that I have, it's just like when you go to one festival, then what's great about Ghanaian artists is that the more famous one are dragging other ones, are doing featuring. So then that's how I actually knew Sarkozy, and then I heard Happy Day, and I saw Kwame Eugene, and then I thought, oh, who's that guy? So I did my research, and I saw that he had done featurings with other people. So just dragging the whole thing, that's how you get to know more songs. And those you like, you go, oh wow, this has to go on my playlist. And that's how eventually you know those songs.
Okay, but the Down Flats challenge, I want to teach you.
Oh no. So you're just warming up there.
Yeah.
But get ready.
Okay, you do it like this.
My head is beautiful. My head, I know.
Waiting.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Okay, then we come. I walk up with myself. I can.
I think it was like this, and then you go like that.
Oh. Okay. I set
myself down flat. I told you. I'm trying.
Oh, that's
I'm watching
really,
all
really
the videos
impressive.
I can see to try and learn.
So here's where we come to an end. Here's where we draw the curtains on this edition of Talkertainment. I hope you had fun on the set with one of my favorites.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We come your way same time. So till then, stay blessed and be safe. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
The President is happy to be part of today's launch of the National AfCFTA Policy Framework and Action Plan for boosting Ghana's trade with Africa. This launch clearly indicates that the government of Ghana is continuously positioning the private sector operators in Ghana to trade under the AfCFTA agreement. The National AfCFTA Policy Framework and Action Plan is geared towards the harmonization of relevant policies, programs, laws, and regulations to boost the productive capacities of the private sector in Ghana, particularly the MSMEs, to harness the full benefits of the AfCFTA. A successful implementation of the action plan will boost the capacities of the Ghanaian private sector to take advantage of market access opportunities in Africa to promote made in Ghana goods and services. The Ministry of Trade and Industry, under your leadership, Minister Chairman-Ting, has led the establishment of the relevant structures for the implementation of the various AfCFTA protocols in Ghana. This includes the establishment of the National AfCFTA Coordinating Office with the responsibility to coordinate the implementation of Ghana's AfCFTA strategy. And colleagues, at this point, let me ask you to join me to applaud the ministry and the agencies for the work done so far. It is significant to note that our national AfCFTA policy framework and action plan was derived from the work of the national structures put in place by the Ministry of Trade and Industry to advance our national interest in the Continental Project. They include the Interministerial Committee, the National Steering Committee on the AfCFTA, and the technical working groups on boosting trade with Africa. Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry, the President has asked me to commend the extensive technical work undertaken by these committees, especially the 7 technical working groups comprising representatives from the private sector, senior government officials, and other technical experts.
Almost everybody is feeling the brunt of the current economic hardship, driven mainly by food inflation, high fuel prices, careless taxes, among others. It goes without saying that parents and households are suffering. Public sector workers are suffering. Teachers are suffering. Teacher trainees are suffering. Nurses are suffering, and nursing trainees are suffering. Lecturers are suffering, and students are suffering. Market women are suffering, and drivers are suffering. NABCO trainees whose fate is unknown are suffering, and police officers are suffering. Even you, the media, are suffering. And the Communication Bureau is also suffering. All Ghanaians are suffering. All because of the bad leadership of the Bawumia-led economic management team. Most Ghanaians are now aware that President Akufo-Addo doesn't care about the hardships we are reeling under. Otherwise, why would he continue to appoint new ministers when Ghanaians are urging him to downsize his government? Added to this is the callous and insensitive burdens being imposed on Ghanaians by the Minister of Communications, the arrogant Oslauzu in respect of SIM card registration, which, like other policies concerning recent telecom measures, are mere measures intended to line the pockets of individuals while Ghanaians grow under the yoke of hardships. The insensitive Akufo-Addo Bawumia government must understand that there will be a day of reckoning.
To be mentored or tutored by one of the greatest minds in engineering in Africa, we're all bound to make some mistakes. And that's what the story of our guest on this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV will teach us. The story of Fiat Mauto is one that would inspire you. Also, here is a catch. This young man, beyond all his creativity, learnt none of this from the classroom, a naturally born creative. Welcome once again to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. Let's bring you all of the details right after this. Born an Ewe, Promise starts off his story by telling us how it is that he was raised as an Asante.
My name is Fiat Mauto. Other people call me Promise based on how I was born. So basically my dad is an Ewe. By blood I'm an Ewe, but I was raised by an Asante man. So I was being adopted into the Asante family. So my dad and my mom are alive. I have 6 siblings. They are all alive. So we were all living in Accra. I was born in Nansuma, DC. So my youngest brother, that was our last born, that is Kwame Safo. Because of him, I'm here today.
To be named Promise was not just mere coincidence or chance, and he shares the fine details.
When my parents was about to give birth to me, there was a prophecy. Nkiommo Woho. That is why I'm called Promise. So after I was giving birth, the man asked them to bring me to him when I'm old enough. So after I completed JSS, they brought me here, and I couldn't continue schooling because the man saw something in me.
Certain dreams to be able to achieve other greater ones.
Initially, I wanted to be a footballer. I love football so much, so I wanted to be a footballer. But when I came, he was like, no, that is not my path. I need to focus on what is in me. So when I came, I was fixed to a certain portion into the company, that is the pattern making department. What we do is we produce any given artifact that is being given to us, which is being forwarded for foundry, that is casting. So basically I was taught how to manipulate or duplicate any given artifact, and that will be forward for casting.
Doing art for the last 12 years, Promise says his biggest trick has been learning the skill of being observant rather than being engulfed in a lot of youthful exuberances.
It's been 12 years now since I've been here, and it's all about work. Because of that, I was taught how to observe things, not to get involved in any activities, that is parties, friendship, so many things. What I do is focus on the work, what I can do for myself, and what is given to me, how I can grow on it and then inspire the world. So through there, I realized I have this strong ability. I have this strong imaginative ability. Whatever I set my eyes on, or whatever I picture, I can then bring to reality. So from there, I began to sculpt things out. So whatever I get, any material that I find, I just try to do something with it, create something with it, whatever is inside here. So that is what I've been doing.
He lost friends because work became his only friend. But he admits this also allowed him to explore a lot of his creativity.
At first, I was really having fun with it. I wasn't thinking about the business aspect or the money aspect. It was just fun, because that was the only thing that I have. I don't have friends. I don't have friends though. Yeah. So the only friends that I have was my work and what I can do. So as time goes on, people will see that and will be like, wow, hey, where's Scout? But I'm not much concerned about the money though. I'm much concerned about what I can do, how people get inspired or how people get happy when they see the work. So that was what was happening. So I think that was 2 years ago when he was like, yo, what you're doing is enough. There is money in it. So, okay, you will not go, but you'll be here and I will then get your company for you. Then you can be within the company and do whatever you want to do. So as time goes on, if you feel like going, you can go.
Being an adopted grandchild of Apostle Kwejo Safo, Promise came to learn another difficult life lesson, certain heights in their lives.
So what I'm talking about, I'm talking about Apostle Dr. Kwejo Safo. He was the one who adopted me into his family. And then he is the one who has been taking care of me since my childhood. And he's the more reason why I didn't attend or continue education there. Because he felt like what is within, it wouldn't go with what I'm going to learn at school. And really, I wanted to be a footballer, like I said. But going to school, I don't know if I were to continue schooling, I don't think I will be able to be doing what I wanted to do, because all my life I just feel like being myself. I'm the reserved type. I want to do things my own way. I don't want to do things the way regular thing. No, I just want to take my own path, face the challenges, and then create something out of it. That is me. So when he saw that in me, he took time and then grew me up. Do this, take this out, do this in life. That is what you have to do.
Does he consider his upbringing a challenging one? Promise thinks otherwise, because he says he has come to understand the uniqueness of the path he is taking.
He always said this, life is all about capital U. So he tells me, you came here, you came on this earth for a purpose. So you should find out your sole purpose and then know how to work around it. That is the reason why you came here. So when he told me that, okay, at first I wasn't getting it clear, because I was like, yo, we should have fun. But he was like, it's not about fun. What I always remember is he always say like, life is all about you, capital U, how you make it. So whatever you do should be you shouldn't do something that will affect the third party, sorry. So it should always be like you have to be a stepping stone to inspire other people. So that is what keeps me going most of the time. But just that when you're taking this path, it takes you away from so many things. There are so many sacrifices that you have to do. You have to take away certain things so that you will be more focused on what you want to achieve in life. So he taught me a lot. Financially, everything, he is the responsible for me being who I am today.
It might appear Promise's story is one of being born with a golden spoon in his mouth, but he says he has also had a taste of poverty. He considers himself lucky because he had a good teacher.
Even if you have what it takes to inspire the world, if you don't have certain things, that certain ingredient that will speed you up or spice you up, you can still not make it. Especially if you don't have a good teacher, someone who can lead you in life. For me, I'm lucky. Even though I have not furthered my education that far, I had a good teacher, someone who knew the path, someone who was able to push me along the way. This place. Sometimes, it got to a time, sometimes Apostle will just mislead you. Wow, hey, this guy was able to do it. Yeah, I want to be the reason why someone is being uplifted. So I'm not moved by trending things, material things, no. I want to solve problems. I want to solve people's problems. So I just look at the problem around and then I fixed it into what I want to do.
The young man, as he is, Promise confesses that there was a point in his life where he felt a great aura of loneliness around himself.
It got to a time I was very lonely because Apostle wouldn't let you go out, no phone, no parties, nothing. It's all about work 24/7. So it got to the I don't have past mates like schoolmates, best friends, those kind of things. So it got to the I realized I was sinking. So the only place I can talk, and I don't like talking much, so I talk through my artworks. That is where I discover I can do things with my arms. So what I want to say, I'll just put it through my artworks. So some artworks talks about gratitude. For instance, it got to a time that I picked this light piece behind you. So that is what I used to do. Instead of me talking, voicing my feelings out, I implement it into my artwork so that it will inspire other people. Like, yeah, when it comes, hey, what piece, then I'll tell you the story or the message behind that kind of thing. So that is how most things happen to be. In everything, there are two sides. So in some way, it has affected my life in a bad way, a little, because since I'm kind of more reserved, because I believe in the kind of education I believe is what we having right now. At the end of the day, I learn something, you also learn something. So practically, if I'm able to open up, basically I'm going to learn something out of what we are going to share. But since I'm more reserved, I most of the time keep mute and not observe things. But the best part for me being in that state, I have the power to observe things and then get to know things very well.
The best lesson he has learned from studying under the great Apostle Safo is the one about being truthful.
Talking about Apostle, I've learned so much from him, because there's this thing it talks about when it comes to work. He will be like, "Oh, first job, pisca." So whatever you're doing, make sure you do it to your maximum point, because the first work is not for income. That is what, for short, he will be like, let your work talk for you. Don't do the talking. So whatever if you really want to do it, just work your ass off, try and then get to the very last bottom of it so that your work can talk for you. So,
what has been your most challenging thing in life? That was my next question to him.
The most challenging, there are a lot though. Ups and downs in life. I do meet challenges. Like, okay, let's say, you see, since I was being tamed from the the outside world. Even though I'm in Ghana, I always say here is not Ghana, because the kind of system here is different from outside there. So the most challenging thing is, one, I do feel like I'm behind time. I'm not able to cope with other beings outside. I'm talking about other people outside. I said, almost speed up my things out. How to sell myself? I always want my work to talk for me, rather than me selling myself like, yo, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this. And the third, the most challenging is, even though I'm living with money, it's hard for you to get the money. I don't know if you are getting me. Even though I know if I go to that, I want to do this, then I'm going to get it. You will not get it that simple compared to other people who might get it simple, because he wants you to pass through the hell to get, so that when you get it, you will know how to value what you have right now.
Regrets? Let's hear what he has to say.
I love what I do, and I love who I've become. The little regrets I will say I have is, even that one quite minor. It's I don't have friends. I don't have people that I can look up to and say, and these are my friends, these are the people that I hang up with. No. That is what I would say. Yeah. Personally, but when publicly, maybe I would say, apart from say the system, it's natural, like it's normal. The system is not working effectively to support whatever we want to do.
On display in Promise's little studio are a number of art pieces with many depths, but he breaks them down for us. He also shows us what his perfect piece is.
Growing up, I got to understand life. Life isn't easy as it is. So when I came to understand life, I got to realize there are a lot, when I talk about life, there are a lot into it. Life wasn't programmed to be easy the way it should be. It's a puzzle that one needs to fix. I'm talking about your soul script, the purpose. If you're able to fish out the purpose of you, the reason why you are on this earth. So most of my art pieces here are based on life philosophy and life itself. So talking about this, but most of them are not done completely, maybe 80 to 75%. So talking about this talks about hear evil, don't hear evil, speak no evil, view no evil. So that is this. This talks about our democracy, our system, talking about the country we live inside here. Democracy is, let me say, a little bit messed up, because I know democracy is a system that is not used to govern a country, because it's a freedom of justice or whatever it is. So everyone is entitled to do whatever it is, even if it's going to help or not help the country. But we have original born leaders who were drafted or brought to this earth to govern our country. So talking about other countries, they have people who are picked to govern a country, not the public. So this can ever talk about chieftaincy. you chieftaincy, they are originally born with it to be a leader. We are not picked like a mandatory system. So this one talks about democracy. This one talks about the brain, the key to life. Your whole being, everything depends on your mind. For you to be successful, for you to be poor, whatever it is, it's all based on your mind. So if you're able to master your mindset over your emotion, you can make it in life. This one talks about blacks. Blacks is beauty. Talking about acts, it's we blacks. The way we talk, the way our culture, our food, our dress, everything. So black is golden. This one talks about a philosophy in life, the struggle in life. You can see the hand is penetrating through the rocks. So in life, when you are determined, focused, and you have aim, you can penetrate through any struggle in life. So you can see the blood rectifying whatever it is. This one talks about our country, Ghana. I'm not done though, I'm not done. This one talks about, it projects the here, talks about the other way around. We have been all the resources, but still Ghana is still not having its original pay. This one too talks, this is my perfect piece. This talks about a broken portal. We have ups and downs in our life. Humans sometimes makes us shifts from our main core. So talking about a broken portal, we all have our inner God that talks to us, that directs us. We are God in our own image when it comes to this earth. This planet, we are God. We the ups of let me say a fake life. You can see people projecting money and stuff, which is making other people feel like I'm not catching our problem. So if we can be real to ourselves, okay, that one will help. So this one talks about the social media aspect. This one is my favorite piece that talks about the old gods. We have gods in our midst. So we are God who takes a form of humans, but within they are living gods. So like talking about Nkommo Woho, there are so many gods that came to Ghana. They have invaded Ghana. So this one talks about those pieces. So with the plaques aspect, luckily we've worked with most people like TV3, TV Africa, TV3 that is Talented Kids, and then Ghana Most Beautiful. TV Africa, that was Amazing Child. We worked with Jima, we work with Spotlight, most of them. We've worked with Ghana Rising Star. We've worked with most people that I can even count off. Yeah. So and then GhanaWeb Excellency Award as well too. So we've worked with so many people that I can't even count off. Yeah, sure. I have in the spring department, we have the construction. Okay, so I have roughly 20 to 25 workers. Talking about my company, it's a segmental company, so there are various segments within it. So with the arts section, that is my outlet piece, so I do them alone. But when it comes to the plaques, I have the spring department that takes care of that one. So I have 2 spring guys, and then with the plaques section, I have 5 workers. When it comes to the construction, which my big sis is heading, he's like an architectural drawing. So he and she and the workers, that is almost like 15 workers so far. Yeah. So the other department, that is the wooden, we do indoors decorations, then sofas, then stuff. So that aspect too, we have workers. So it's a segment where each segment has its own workers. Unlike this part that I do alone, the other part we have workers over there who do work there. Okay, so basically these art pieces are not for sale. The initial idea was to educate Ghanaians on the value of the art piece. Because looking at the other countries, artworks do really sell, but here we don't patronize artworks. Obi ba so to make us abodiaba. hey, but when the white guys come here, they'll be like, wow, that is money. So okay, so I realized that it's the perception. They don't really understand the worth of the artwork. So okay, I'm going to use this to educate my fellow Ghanaians. So be like, oh, this is they should know the reason why we draft something like this. These are written knowledge that has been encrypted into the art piece that need to be decoded. So that is what for the arts aspect. Even though looking at our previous and the future, we just praying that a time will come that our people will get the value or the perception, that perception of the low valueness of the art piece will vanish, and then they'll also embrace the importance or the worth of our art piece. Because blacks, we're talking about artworks, it's we blacks. We are the definition of blacks.
Young as he is, Promise believes the country can do better for the creative arts industry, and this is how.
We, the youngest artists in Ghana, wouldn't travel from here to other countries to go and then improve that country. But we want to be here to be able to improve our mother Ghana as well. So any positive person out there who would love to support the movements of the creative industry, they should really help, and then so that we can also project whatever we have inwardly so that the next generation who will come after us will also have a part to step on or pass through.
This story of Promise truly begs the question about the kind of concentration and attention we give to the creative arts industry. But we hope that you've been truly inspired, as we always do here on The Untold, here on GhanaWeb TV, with me, Eche Atisu. Remember, there is news for you when you log on to www.ghanaweb.com. And as always, be kind to one another.
And how was the payola system at the time?
Man, I hated every second of that. It gave a big doorway for, excuse my language, bullshit music.
Welcome to a new season of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your socio-political and informative program online. And in this edition, we are going to bring you something special. We are outdoors. We normally do this in the studio, but this time it's very important we come out, and we are going to speak to a very important personality. And this personality is somebody you should not say you don't know him. You should know him. And he's everybody's grandfather, if is the right word to use. But we're going to introduce him right after this break. My name is Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. In this personality interview edition, we are going to speak to none other than the grandpapa of hip life, Yao Asante Reginald Osei, or Reggie Rockstone. Welcome,
Thank you. Thank you.
There's one thing I have to say. He's 2 years away from 60. And
yeah,
Grandpapa is right to say that.
Aye.
And how do you feel about being called Grandpapa and Grandfather and all of that?
Well, it's actually an accolade now. So it started from my grandpapa, not my background now with my grandson.
Oh.
It started with an old friend of mine by the name Pauline. Pauline said, "Yeah, my mama Filano." They was much younger with my younger sister, and they used to live with me. And so, anytime that they would go out, and I used to have this old rocking chair, right? It's just something I wrote my lyrics on, and one day we real winner. So I said, I'm saying, my baby's now. So I'm real was grandpa, and a guy. And then I guess Mr. Giles Bossman, he's the one that started to use it as the grandpapa of hip life, and then also Kai. So both names had nothing to do with me.
Okay, so does the grandpapa have anything to do with the gray hair?
At all. At all. Okay, you know, if I started becoming gray at a very early age, and it's hereditary. Okay. And so it was never age related. In fact, for the most times that you saw me, even when I was younger, but I would always leave like a little white dot. Yeah. And, you know, and it has nothing to do with my age.
We're at a very interesting location, and I know a lot of people who follow you have seen this place before.
Yeah, this is the infamous, legendary House of Love. Or everybody in this neighborhood knows this house.
Yeah, and they form queues to come.
They form queues, children come here. I mean, at any given day. In fact,
are we expecting a show coming soon?
Yeah, I'm trying to put up, I mean, there's so much I'm trying to do for the children around here. I'm trying to get some classes for them, you know, when they vacate. Also, to do more recreational stuff. I have beautiful neighbors. I mean, how do you say, well, right, 1, 2, 3, if you me and something,
I know now we're president.
You know, but if you look over there, that's the rail track.
Yeah.
So you know, also have planes, so a trim. And so I'm Ponkono.
Yeah.
Aye.
So you're at the East Airport.
Yes, East
Why this
Airport.
location? Did you like it, or you just
well,
found
for
it
most of my life, I lived in the Laboni Cantonments area. I've always been a residential boy. This is probably the first time that I have moved out of that. But I love it over here. But I'm easy too. I can live anywhere.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I have this other question. I don't know how you take it, but does age really matter to you?
Obviously not. One of my slogans is "Refuse to Grow," Mr. R2G.
Yeah.
No, I'm not age conscious. No, not at all. I'm very young at heart.
Yeah.
I carry myself. I'm relatively healthy. Yeah, me a guy. You know, I'm trying to be like the new wave of Uncle J. Ambuli.
Yeah.
You know, we're different. But music will preserve you. Music will keep you young. This is why
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do the children overwork you because, you know, the energy and all of that?
No, I'm a pretty energetic human being. I have preserved myself well enough, from my dancing to my martial arts. You know, I mean, if you see the stuff that I do, a lot of times the young guys can't catch up.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sacro moves. Yeah, but yo, that's some good. You missed some good B-rolls. The horses were running.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there they go. Catch them now, because you're not gonna catch them again. I use your phone. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So bring it back.
Yeah. So I was asking about the children. If they, I mean.
No.
They overrun you. Your energy going low.
Yeah, you know, I am very fit. I have been blessed with good health.
Yeah.
What
kind of food
I eat very well. Yeah. You know, I mean, I'm not on a crazy diet or anything. I mean, at times my wife will food don't but I eat relatively well. I eat a lot of green, and she also didn't boost you more. You know, and I laugh a lot.
Yeah.
You know, I'm light. Me boom for peas. I know money be cool. Yeah. So you know, will be better. Except why you pay your friends saying, GhanaWeb, when we didn't new part time was maybe. But you know, I just read it as comedy. Yeah. You know, so be all about kind way, you know, but I take it all in good stride. Yeah. You know, it's human beings will be human beings.
So now to the dreadlocks. I know your kids have the dreadlocks, and
almost
generally you are a dreadlock family.
The whole family, yeah, pretty much.
Do you align it with Rastafarianism?
No, we're not Rastafarians. Okay. Some of us are Christians. Some of us are free thinkers. Okay. I was raised Christian. I was born Christian, but I subscribe. I mean, I do Ramadan. Okay. I'm on my 8th Ramadan. You know, I know we say health, no so count. We try faster now. Yeah, mama. So, no, we are very open-minded. You know, we subscribe to that one biblical law, which is do unto others as you would like others to do unto you. That pretty much covers everything. Yeah. And we're a positive vibration family, as you see how we relate to people. Humility is our motto. You know, my wife is a doctor. I'm some type of a celebrity, rap star, legend, whatever you want to call me. Yeah. Her father is an ex-president. My father was a legendary fashion designer. And yes, to Inyehu, we are all very grounded. Yeah. And this is how we have been and will continue to be. I raise my children the same.
With the businesses that you're going into, I know you did even condoms.
Yes, Rockdoms. Rockdoms. Slogan in there, you know. My name is entering places. Yeah, Rockdoms was a great initiative. You know, I am very affiliated to young people, and young people have a great deal of respect for me via the music form, the genre that I gave, hip life. And so I'm always connected to young people. The one thing that I know the young people do is have sex. Yeah. And so my whole idea was to protect them. You know, I'm running a night spot. I'm selling liquor. You know, young people coming in here. I mean, the most I could do is have some responsibility. And that's why I went for the Rockdoms. Unfortunately, my partner passed away. Okay. A lot of you don't know that. That's why there's been a pause. But hopefully we should regroup and bring it back. But you know me. I went from condoms to nightclub to watchy. And the next minute I'm selling rock strap. I'm a hustler.
I was going to ask about cannabis. So
cannabis, yes.
Yeah, that industry is booming.
I'm not selling that one yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Okay. But have you thought about it?
Oh, it's going to be a booming market really soon. And if you are business minded and you know what cannabis can bring as far as revenue, not for recreational smoking. It's so medicinal. I mean, you can make so much out of cannabis. I mean, the world is moving. Now, I'm not for you many of you. When the West now Africa more pre. More Jack. So they making millions of dollars, and you sitting down talking about what? Yeah. I mean, you know, you sell alcohol, you know, which to me is way much more dangerous than cannabis, by the way. But then again, once upon a time, alcohol was treated like cannabis today. It was illegal. Today, it's on all your shelves. I haven't seen people misbehave, and I've been on this planet long enough. I own a night place. Most people I see unruly and misbehave are usually intoxicated.
From alcohol?
Yeah.
Or marijuana, no?
No, I haven't. Most folks that I know that smoke marijuana, right down to my Rastafarian brothers, are calm. They calm. You know, it's people that drink who want to beat their wife, have a fight. All answer. But the world is hypocritical, so I'm not even going. Once they start to make money from this, they'll point on one till they come to this. Yeah. You know, marijuana is it's organic. It's an organic plant. It's just like any other one. It has its medicinal values, and we can make a lot of money. Yeah.
Now let's talk about hip life. I know 1994 is quite iconic. in your life?
You know, people keep getting the dates wrong. I actually came home 93-ish into 94.
Okay.
Me buy and change your room.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 93, 94, yeah.
And by then you came, you had a studio?
No, I didn't.
You didn't? When
I came, I was going to a studio or studios. There's one called CHM. This was in North Kanishi.
Yeah.
Yes. And this is where I would meet the legendary, talented Zab Mallet. This is how we linked up.
So you started with Zab in Ghana?
Yeah, Zab was a studio engineer and a musician, bona fide musician. And we had these bright ideas about hip life. So
at what point did Casa Records come in?
Casa came a couple of years after this.
Okay.
And this was my brother, DJ Rab, may he rest in peace, and my father. They came up with the idea that it would be great to have a record label.
But by then you had singles already?
Oh, it's our time now, just your room crowd.
Okay.
Yeah, but we never paid much attention to Casa Records because I myself was an artist on the label. And I was just starting to bloom and spread the gospel of hip life. And so we never really had that time, your friend Adaje, to really develop this label. But today, with the knowledge that I have amassed, I think it would be safe to say that I'm ready to go. You know, people always assume, hey, nah, one for artists beyond Mauto in a day. Say I am qualified to put out an artist. People just jump into conclusions. That's why a lot of them fail. If you notice, a lot of artists, they start a record label and then how many artists not falling out.
Yeah.
When you take somebody's career and you put it into your hands, that's a marriage. Yes, I do have some wisdom, I do have some knowledge. Me, I'm management, me. So people assuming that because I know music or I make music, I am eligible to be a record label or whatever, it's ludicrous.
But can you do that now?
Yes, I have more knowledge today.
Okay.
Today I am wiser. I know a little bit much more than I did before. I'm in a more powerful position. I have more time than I used to. You know, how was I going to manage anyone if I was running around on tour? And remember, it's a money game. You buy it, who's got sending a net and collect, they're hand to mouth. And then, praise Jah, my father was alive and he was very instrumental because he was an executive producer. I don't see studio no my studio beside, I don't see my later. So, you know, people just assume. And it also beats me wrong because there's a sense of entitlement. You know, the fact that I make music doesn't mean I want to be a record label. Simple.
But you succeeded because, I mean, managing yourself and the team that backed you made it happen.
Yeah, but you see, I come from a different era. I come from an era where we were hands-on, on the ground. I mean, today, these kids, they're so entitled. They got YouTube and Facebook and Twitter, Snapchat. I mean, oh boy, you're out to me to Facebook, then you do what? Yeah, time, no be free so home. No, I better talk assets. I work on Tamanto. What's here? And how did they learn all my lyrics? I know all the songs.
So do you remember the hustle at the time with Maka in 1997?
Yes, I do. But tell you the truth, Mambre, I'm really blessed. And I'm not, you know, ashamed to say this. You know, my father stepped in. He believed in the dream. He saw it. He was a part of the team that named the Hip Life. And he sponsored it. Yeah, I'm Brett. Because, you know, I started my career over in the West. So UK, New York,
so you are not involved in, let's say, production of the cassettes and also moving them in distribution?
No, it's out of my Dakar. You'll be a Juma.
Yeah.
Papa, you cheat me. I got me Jimmy Sika.
But you made some money?
Ah, there be yeah. Those days we taught Timbaland when you kakra. What all girl tickets be a man no.
So was
and then collect kakas.
Yeah.
It be see 9. And this is why it is such a curse for the folks who we sacrifice for to ever be disrespectful to us. It's a curse onto you if you ever speak, disrespectfully, because we sacrificed.
Was there a side hustle, or you were totally supported by your father?
I would say, because at the time, yes, the small revenue that was coming out of the music would be my side hustle, but I didn't pay rent. I did I was just coasting.
Yeah.
And so I am very truthful about this. And, people would like to think otherwise, but we all work for our children. And that's what we strive to do. You work for your children. I don't want my children to hustle. Of course, I give them work skills. I give them, life skills to go out into the world, but nah.
We'll come back to hustle and stick to 1990s. And we're speaking with Reggie Rockstone, is the hip life grandpapa. And my name is Ismail Okwe. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back for more. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Okwe, and we are speaking with Reggie Rockstone. This is our personality interview edition, and Reggie Rockstone is the man here. Reggie, we're talking about the 1990s, the hustle, and well, you had it easy, as you're saying.
Yeah,
at the time.
I had it very easy.
I know you were meeting a lot of other artists who were trying to make it, and how did you see that time as compared to now?
Well, that's the beauty of who I am. And all that I said, as it being easy, and by description of how my life was, I brought everybody in. Man, Jobia. So if you check my history, right from the door, you see me introducing Obrafo on stage, you see me in this video. I mean, I almost spotted, remember, I'm older than a lot of these kids.
Yeah.
I mean, they're grown men now, but back then, I was much older than them, so I was the big homie. And I brought everybody in. Sammy B, Rutai, Zap, DJ Rab, my own cousin Sydney Nananum, Cy Lover. Man, it's endless.
Yeah.
And we were like one big family. Everybody believed in the dream of hip life, and they stood by me, and I stood by them.
So they put in the double effort that you did, or not?
Well, I don't know their stories, but they definitely got the doors open by me. Excuse me, they definitely got the doors open by me, because otherwise, Ghana wasn't looking at the youth.
Yeah.
It was
And how was the payola system at the time?
Man, I hated every second of that.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I had a early retirement, because you see, payola is the equivalent of corruption, and people don't understand this. It's different if I'm thanking you, but for me to bribe you to play my music, and you, the DJ, you got a salary. I'm not guaranteed I'm gonna make a hit. You have a monthly salary. The most unpredictable job is a musician. When you say hit and I say hit it, what am I say? Now hit it, so I want to win him. So everybody clapping for you. You got to keep up appearances. You have all of this to work with, because you in show business. But the dude, he's playing the music. He gets a salary, so he's demanding bribe from you, and you're not guaranteed you're gonna make it. He could play it a couple of times and somebody else bribes him some more. Or do the bad or the better in chain because yes, cannot control. And that's his scanners, that's why I do a jaibo. It's a tough situation. And last but not least, it gave a big doorway for, excuse my language, bullshit music. Because it was paid for. So you had people in the system who had zero talent. So they would be in the way 10 times before you had a Sarkodie or a Black Sharif. What it does is it slows down the process. Yeah. But Obia block it.
Do you have any incident with any DJ?
Yeah.
Personal incident?
Yeah, I do. I had a personal one. I mean, I can't mention no names today. But matter of fact, from the very inception of hip life, I had an incident. Me call radio station be, me drew on me cassettes. Now I'm so my body I'm not, you know, yes I'm not, you know. And see Brabby, oh no, she I know so me famano. I feel later on or say yeah prices and they say, and I'm saying, hey Joe, that's not a plan B. You know, where's a plan B? And I immediately rejected that. And so it was another presenter who was walking past. I don't know who, man. I know some who station. No? And I say, oh, Charlie Papa Jerry, what did you do for you? Now me born a man. And I say, oh, for tape the mommy. That was the beginning of it. Yeah. He just started to play and people were like, wow, wow, wow. So if I had engaged this guy, maybe this hip life would have never got to you.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not a healthy practice.
Now let's talk about music videos. I know you shot a lot of music videos.
Yes. One of my hobbies, yeah.
Yeah, you supported a lot.
Yes.
You have a song, there should be a video.
Yeah.
How did you go about it?
I've always, you know, I went to acting school. I went to drama school. I originally aspired to be an actor. And normally there just by mistake, and so I love the camera. As you see, I'm very animated. Yeah. You know, I can express myself. And I love creating. And you be a mebo biano. Me trim. Me yin sesene. Ansa na me studio no cry no me asesene. So when you hear me sing it's all imagery. When I say dear Rockstone, at the say, so like you see any amount visa maso nano, Michelle down for COVID. It's all imagery. And I'm able to project this lyrically, so me rap here. Oh, because when I did your bounce visa, Utia is like a movie that you could picture. So I'm painting pictures with words. And so this has given me that extra ability to translate the lyrics into visual. And, you know, I come from a very artistic home anyway. My father being a fashion designer, I know about colors and, you know, and that's why. Yeah. Also, I realize that some music, you might not understand or catch it till you see the visual representation of it. So when Oboa did Oboa, it was the video that projected it. And people, oh, he's an African god, he's, you know, he's a king.
So let's talk about how you accidentally came into music, because you said drama school and then you did a dance in the 80s and you're still dancing anyway.
Yes, I do.
So how did you accidentally fall into music?
I've always listened and loved music. I'm a dancer. I started dancing. I've been self-employed since age 11. So, you know, you were asking me about a side hustle. I've been on my own.
Yeah.
And my papa or hit you doing no, and he just DB. But you know, it's not like I was born with a silver spoon. Contrary to popular belief, I'm just very confident. Yeah. And people usually equate that with, you know,
Privilege.
Yeah, privilege. I'm just confident. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. No. But I was raised to be confident. The question was...
how you accidentally fell into music.
Yeah. So being that I love music and I dance to music, the next thing would be, I said, Opet Abenkwen. It would only be natural that after a while you learn to make it. That's what happened with me. But when I say accidentally, many years ago in the West, na me ye Juma, Bopa, where Juma,
the UK?
Mm-hmm. This happened in the UK. And Kofana me no ye Juma no. You find some bosom be twa America no. And no me mistake. They made a mistake. See, you fancy be twa me you fancy be £200. They must have put in my account like £1,000 by mistake. What can I tell you? I mean, I am just a blessed human being. But at the time, it was a question of morality, whether to return the money. You know, I was young. Today, I probably would do it different. But yeah, man, we ran with it. And I was a young dude with money. And I didn't know what to do. And there was another dude, a legendary DJ, his name is DJ Pogo, producer. You know, so I teamed up with him. And we put in some of the money into studio time. Yeah. And me and Freddie Funkstone and, you know, not Meko Harlem, Meko 125th, Meko Entire. So I'd buy clothes from New York and come sell in the UK.
So that
was my little business, yeah.
So with the money you moved to Harlem to get the clothes?
Yeah,
and then...
yeah, I would go over there because I always went between New York. Yeah. You know, I'm originally born in the UK, but some Mabushi and Fosso fan America side. So I always went between continental. So it's UK, the States, and then eventually back home. Yeah. And see, business I made, you know, and hip hop gear. Yeah, people I chose that they don't come away more. No more feel it. You know, that's my little hustle. So I've always been a hustler. Yeah. You know.
And see, the Bena, why am I speaking tree though?
Some me try tree English, no. Was there? I'm coming my way. Yeah, maybe too.
You know. So when did they bounce? The Bena bounce with visa.
It has never happened to me.
But at the time, you know, there was a lot of...
Hold on.
Stories.
Actually, it has.
Okay.
But not in that sense.
But that didn't inspire the song?
No. Oh. That song is based on people's accounts.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I've had immigration problems before.
From the UK to the US or Ghana to the US?
Nah, I think it was from the UK to the US, I think. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Eddie Blair will tell you, immigration don't like you, Reggie. Me just cue said down, back I said step aside. I don't know why. You know, but I've never really been in no major trouble in that sense. Yeah.
So at what point did you live in Kumasi?
When they brought me home from the West, from the airport, it's not playing. Straight to Swami. You picture that.
Yeah.
Culture shock me. You know. And so, you know, I was pretty young and but look what it has done. It has become the very blueprint of the concept of hip life.
Yeah.
But you know, me, they encouraged me. You know, my father made sure that I was really about my people. He was a Pan-African, so yeah.
So at Swami, did you go to school there, or by then you were done with school?
No, I didn't. I didn't do school in Swami. I did a little schooling in Asquat.
Okay.
And yeah. But I know Kumasi very well too.
Yeah.
I know Kumasi as well as I know the UK or New York.
So how was school like for you in Ghana? Do you still meet some of your schoolmates? Do you meet people you
Oh,
remember
I
in
also
school?
went to Achimota Secondary.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Motown. I also went to Achimota Secondary. And yeah, so I have a very wide collage of colorful characters that I have met in my lifetime.
Are you still connected with them?
Yes. I'm very good at keeping friends.
Yeah.
I have friends that I've had for 3 decades and then some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is a Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV, and we're speaking with Reggie Rockstone. He's taking us into his life, and we are not talking about, I mean, the regular stuff that's out there. We just want to know some other things, some homely stuff, so we are home. Yeah. We are home, where the kids are, where the family is, where the community is involved. Yeah. And I've not seen them yet. Are they in school? I mean, the kids?
I wasn't. well, my kids are on vacation.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that it would be the same, but in Toya, na mama park no swafo. Until we are here, Ghana. So these they can't even come out and play.
Yeah.
Until be our Saturdays and Sundays, no money na day. But I occasionally throw like little parties for them to ginger them. And that's why a clean up campaign over here. Yeah.
And do you meet their parents? Do some of them come to you?
Yes. Some of them, you know, when I'm driving, they will wave or they will say they appreciate, you know, the help in looking out for these kids. Yeah.
Now back to your own kids. I mean, there are some times when you play your old songs, you don't know the songs. How do you feel about that? Do you think it's normal?
Well, my wife, she was tell you that Reggie is your fault. You know, you keep playing them this new stuff. They need to know the history, you know, of where you come from. And it's ironic that when I played them some of my old stuff, they really liked it. Yeah. I mean, especially Boom Boom. They, you know, they kept playing that. So now they go on YouTube and then they try and look for old songs and old videos. But my kids are big fans of mine.
Yeah.
My kids, also because I'm making like current modern music. So for them, their father, that's what, you know, he does. And their friends love my music. And yeah, I'm just the coolest dad.
We've counted up more than 3 retirements?
No, just once.
Just once? Okay. And you came back?
I would return with a very low-key album, very dangerous album, potent, called Registration.
Yeah.
And of course, because of Payola, they wouldn't let you hear it. So they was playing a lot of, there's so much music on radio that, you know, no disrespect, but I feel like I could do better. You know, no, not bragging, but they will make it pass through. And so, music is personal though, to each their own.
Yeah.
It's very, I feel a way when I hear people disrespect other people's music. So on Pat Minty.
Yeah.
At Cedriani, you know, some people like Banku, some people like Rock Swatchy, plug, you know, and so, you know, that's what the button is for, off and on.
Was it a mistake for you to retire the first time, or it was?
No, it was deliberate.
It was a trigger.
It was a deliberate. Yeah, because at the time the Payola thing was heavy.
Okay.
Just a micro, it was like a gold rush. DJs were getting rich, producers were popping out everywhere. A lot of these kids were getting bum deals. You know, just because they needed a visa to leave the country, they would give their whole catalog out. And me, being that I wasn't that hungry, I was like, this is not what I created this for. This was created to cater for, create employment. Young people should be able to benefit from this instead of doing crime and whatever. And so it got so bad I wanted to pull out. I didn't want to be a part of anything that wasn't as proactive as when it began. And I'm yimmy free. I said, no one has ever done that. When I said I was going on retirement, I had a hit record. That's when I had just put out Reggie from Bonnie Chairman, why? And I'm listening to you. But it kind of helped me because Ghana, and so what happened was, because I left on a hit, there was always a a gap, a vacancy. Like, I say I feel. You know, I didn't hang out long enough for Ghanaians to say, oh, we're tired of him. Just when it was hot, I left it. And it kind of worked out for me.
Yeah.
Because many after I would come back and reinvent myself with a prolific group, a historical merger, VVIP.
On that note, we'll go on a break. We'll come back and talk about VVIP and other matters. So we're speaking with Reggie Rockstone. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Okwe. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. It's an interesting conversation we're having here in the house of the grandpapa himself, Hip Life grandpapa, Reggie Rockstone. So Reggie, you know, you've given us some stories, and I mean, there's another story that's quite interesting. That's the VVIP story. You are the V to the VVIP.
Yes, I am.
And how did that happen? 2014, what happened? What was going on in your head? Did you knock at their door or they called you?
Yeah, no, I actually did knock on their door, if to put it that way. But you know, since we on web, because I'm going to my 10 more. Let me explain something to you. First of all, musicians make music. It doesn't matter if you call me the Godfather, all these accolades. It has nothing to do nothing except for the music. So who frame me, Dean? Hey, we a Godfather, Grandpapa, that's a man. Who am I? Now, Ghanaians, you are tricky people. You want to make me a monument, and I want to be a movement. There's a difference, people. I don't want to be a monument. I'm young at heart, I'm alive. I look good, I'm ready. Rap, you want me to sit down and just be the Godfather? So that's one. Two, musicians love making music. That's the one thing musicians love to do. So when other musicians join other musicians, they're gonna make music. Last but not least, Mano Papa, some people join the group, no me di matans, I be a ref here, no. Promise you be kume, na mo bomb some more general. So I we need to go bomb to I can there. No go down me yes. Anyway, all put aside, did we deliver? Shame on you. Can me buy it, can me join the woman and career? I would understand that. 4 years back to back. Skolom, Alaji, Dogoyaru, selfie, this, and no man you say the assassin, Morefi. Dear Mudi Matem, Nanny Eme, he grand say. O my dear grand in view. O my sa at Jomani, or be a recorded. I feel almost say, can you crack or join you? Yeah. After the fact, when the time they real, when they are sat, when I feel, can you cross or join them because the brand, you know, and I understand the sentiment, but they're not thinking it through. Because what they are doing is they are putting me in a different light. It is very humble of me to leave everything and join my young brothers, build with them, and be successful. I'm in my promise free group and but
you prove people wrong, you know.
I proved them wrong too many times.
Yeah.
And I remember telling my brothers Zeal and Prodigal, because at the time, and I was like, don't worry, I know my people.
And you're on Twitter doing your thing.
Oh, I know about face. I'm probably one of the oldest dudes on Twitter and Instagram, you know, Mr. Manuel. I'm a rapper. How you gonna argue with a rapper? I talk for a living. I'm a wordsmith. So but in all of this, I'm having fun. Don't get me wrong. I'm totally enjoying my life.
But don't you think it's part of the showbiz? Because showbiz comes with all of that.
Of course. And I've been in show business so long.
Yeah.
When I was a dancer, there was haters, the same thing. In fact, that was worse. You know, but today, the hater can hide behind the phone and insult your mother. There's a difference.
Yeah.
So it has become a little bit more venomous. And perception is everything. So, and you know, at times we can be out and say, oh, y'all, man can't hear. No, perception is everything. What kind of can be?
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, that's what happened. And we proved them wrong. And after the fact, after me di adrian in we after almost say, can you say y'all join the group no? AB.
Are you still together as a group?
Yeah. You see, VIP is a brand.
Yeah.
VVIP is another brand. And the way we structured it is so that in 10 years from now, another 3 young kids could come together and call themselves VVIP. It's a community vibe, you know. We're not going to be rapping forever. As we speak, all 3 individuals are very busy.
Yeah.
So anytime when we feel like it, when we're ready, we go in the studio just like we did. 3 heads are better than 1. I grow the anymore. Come on now. When me, Prodigal, and Zeal go in the studio, you know we're going to kill you.
I saw a video somewhere, I think it's one of your videos where you were discussing reasons why you're not being invited to some national events. And
oh, that was my wife.
Yeah,
this is when, oh, no. Yeah, nobody
invites you.
There be no my, but no beer and give me. So I didn't
but I don't know if they had. Have you received any invitation lately?
Well, I mean, it's not as bad as I made it. But, you know, I would like to be present when anything of any significance is happening. I mean, if you invite me and I don't make it, that's different from you don't even call me.
Yeah.
And another thing is, I'm quite well, you know, my scope is wide. And I can always contribute. I'm not no dummy.
And you bridge the gap between the young
and the old.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely not no dummy. You know, a lot of times I watch them and I'm like, yo, did you know this and this and that? Yeah. You know.
The Book of Hip Life.
The Book of Hip Life.
What, nobody's reading it?
No, the Book of Hip Life is not a real book yet. But the concept, the seed has been sold.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like a mythical book, but I guess at some point it will come to be. Lately, a lot of Africans and non-Africans worldwide have been reintroducing my name because of the Nigerian documentary on Netflix, the Afrobeats, the backstory.
Yeah.
So a lot of young Nigerians who didn't otherwise know who I was, all checking in my DM and coming on my page.
Were you on the documentary?
Yes.
Okay.
They come on now. You could never tell no African story about music and then I don't come up.
Yeah.
But you see, it's just weird that it took Nigerians to validate me. Whilst my own people were cussing me about, I mean, my people even said I didn't bring it. Jesus Christ. Listen, I'm moving to Togo. I should move to Togo. You know, but
I had KK Kabobo also. I had that name somewhere. That is also behind that too.
Everybody, KK, they were all probably doing some form of rap. As to whether KK Kabobo knew he was rapping is another case.
Yeah.
If you had asked him back then, KK Kabobo, I did Fred rap, I said, so all of a sudden, everybody seems to know.
Yeah.
Which is cool, because that's the blueprint. The blueprint of rap comes from Africa, so I'm not surprised.
So Afrobeats and hip life. Is Afrobeats drowning hip life, or are they the same thing? What's the difference?
I wouldn't say drowning it, because I'm Pan-African. If Afrobeats is kicking them doors open, it's good for everybody. Because today, Kim Promise is in the door. Black Sharif is going in there.
They're not mentioning hip life.
No, because we might have left our brand. You know, if we had held on to our brand, like I told you to, You know, I mustn't be in, you know, but boy, I stood in. I fought a fight. I'm still fighting. And in fact, it is because of Hip Life that the Nigerians are mentioning me again, which is giving us another chance to get in there, sit at the table. Yeah. But it doesn't really matter at this point because everything is everything. And, you know, I'm a huge fan of Uncle Fella, and those two words came out of his mouth. And so that's an extension of the work that Uncle Fella put out. I sampled him. So yeah, I'm very proud of Afrobeat, Hip Life, do whatever, but if you really want to be nationalistic about it, then hold on to your own. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about Rockstone's office. We've got the Rocks watching.
Rocks
all of that, and the boss herself.
Yeah.
Zilla managing. Yeah.
You see?
How is it going like? How is the connection?
Well, it's become it's an amazing journey because in the same way that my name is synonymous with Hip Life now, my name has become synonymous with an African dish.
Yeah.
And people don't realize what I'm doing. They will thank me. You see, if you can't be proud of anything that play na make actual.
Yeah.
If you cannot be proud of all that belongs to you, you will fall for anything that doesn't belong to you, or you go after stuff that don't belong to you. And it intrigued me, the reception. I've been selling watches for over 12 years, by the way. A lot of people didn't even know that. That's how I'm paying school fees. Yeah, Rockstone's office. You know, it was one of the dishes on our menu, and it just happened to be really good. Into Corona buy, you know, and I feel just a club line, so we immediately moved to the food because you cannot go wrong with food. People got to eat 3 times a day. So food is a great business. It's intensive, but it's a great business. And what motivated me was the reception for young Ghanaians when they found out that I was selling wachi. I was surprised that they looked at it as something derogatory. And that broke my heart.
Yeah.
And so on that note, I decided to prove to them that I'm going to become a millionaire from selling rice and beans to human beings. And if you take what it is that I do, you'll be successful at selling kinky, wachi, big pen, whatever. You don't stop.
Is that an advice for artists too?
Same shit. Excuse my language. Same thing. I mean, no. You know, you could be a musician and not do anything, but that don't make no sense. Because when you make money, you gotta invest the money. You know, you can't just, you know, you grow old, you're not gonna be making music all. I get bored of just making music anyway. I want to do something else. But it really pushed me to be an example to young people. You don't look down on your own food. You crazy? You fighting over jollof? That's not even yours. It's from Senegal. Saniati. Into wajian in this yo. Wachi. Talia wum. Kushia. Kelewele. No me an amazing dish. My jano na mo money Nigeria for jollof. For jollof you cry nyamadia. You see? And this tells you a similar story of hip life and Afrobeat. So my thing is pretty much what I did with hip life, I am trying to do with this dish. And of course, being innovative as I am, I'm not gonna sit around and sell wachi the same way it's been sold after how many years. I'm gonna move it.
Whose idea was it to put it in a jar?
Jawachi.
Whose idea was it to put it in a jar?
Well, putting food in a jar is actually not new.
Yeah.
It's all over the world.
Yeah.
Now, it's a place a crowd, no glass near the eye. It's so hypocritical. Now, last but not least, people who in the beginning they didn't understand. These same people eat corned beef and sardine. When you say you glass, pintois, which is safe, it's eco-friendly. Rubber, my twitch choky got this in short tie in we. Then you never free ho. Hey Ghana, my bremo.
But I thought you got a good reception.
No, of course, in the beginning,
yeah,
they didn't understand. Then, of course, it caught on, like everything else. And, that first bad publicity, I didn't fight it, I embraced it. Because it made people aware. And then every thinking human being, if you had any sense, you'd be like, wait a minute. What this man is saying makes sense. Some make Jina Malia Gota. And idea the Ashim, a Habano so ya kata, who office or no one is who be this spoon, where you go, Wakata so. Ubenya. Now, the glass keeps it hot.
Yeah.
It's hygienic, less rubber. Yes, I'm glad you would have she should be good moves. It's up to you. Nakabroni be na ya Nkommo Woho. And you are so hypocritical. The reason why is more ye de nam nentwie wewu. Ye de me hye tonturu can. That deal. Near the CEO, your friend of corned beef. Marvisa, ne glass I watch it with the musu. Do you know how much preservatives you have to put to dead meat to keep it sardine more? Powder fufu more.
Are you exporting the wache? No?
We are trying to open branches all over.
Yeah.
So we're going to do everywhere. The UK, I mean, it has become a household brand. Everybody knows Rockstone now or Jawachi, and which is something that I wanted to happen.
Yeah.
And so we're in that phase right now. The brand is standing up. Anytime you mention Watch It, my name come up. That's what I want.
Yeah.
And then now we're gonna move it. I seen what Papaya did. Hey, Rice and you, no Mauto. I want to have a franchise just like them.
Yeah.
KFC, no man, you know, say masalai. I could go for money, maybe a free crowd. Excuse my language, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But God, they would rather, hey. So I want to build a place, the brand just like them. I'm going toe to toe with them.
So what's next for the grandpapa when it comes to music and also entrepreneurship, life in general?
Well, apparently entrepreneurship is pretty much my life now. I'm always selling something or the next. But I still love music. I deal with a lot of young people. In fact, it's really an insult when people say that I never help young people, because I'm actually behind almost every success story. You will find my name in there. People don't even know. I just don't talk about it. I don't come out saying I'm the one that did this and this and that, because I'm the grandpapa. And so a lot of young people that I deal with, I'm helping shape up. There's a young brother by the name of Lalid. There's a young brother by the name of Vice. I mean, I told you about Ebony way before Ebony blew up, but everybody forgot. I am notorious for predicting stars. Most of the folks, if you notice, before they get big, I either posted them before or I spoke it into existence. And they respect me, and they find it offensive when people say that, because they know what I do. And overall, when they say you didn't do nothing, I actually nurture the whole nation, because without the hip life, so that alone gives me a diplomatic. You shouldn't even mention my name when you're talking that mess.
These are great words, and I know you have some few lines for some artists who are coming up, and also your fans.
Well, at this point in my life, I don't call them fans. I call them ebusian. We're family. We're all connected somehow. For those who really appreciate what it is that I do, be it my food, my sense of humor, whatever, I am appreciative of the fact that you appreciate what I do. God bless you. Thank you. These are trying times on this planet, and we really got to look out for each other. Reason is we don't know what's coming next. 1 minute they got this, we got to wear a mask, or all of us going to die. I feel I'm going to say no pox, chicken, monkey pox. It didn't cry a suspect. This year I'm rough. You know, it's bad enough that they racist and they're going to call it monkey pox. Anyway, that's a whole nother show.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the world is not as it was. You know, times have really changed. You know, so be more prayerful, be more insightful. Wisdom, acquire wisdom. Wisdom is a currency right now. And yeah, because we don't know what's happening. And be more patriotic.
It's great speaking with you.
Thank you.
Rockstone, the grandpapa, and I hope we do this. Next time, maybe I'm a Ghanaian, by the way, so I don't know if you speak any other Ghanaian language? No?
I actually lived in Labadi for years. But I lived right there by Youngsters Club for years, but all the Ghana folks only spoke Tree to me because they assumed that that's what, you know, so I never picked it up. But yes, I kind of pick up, you know.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and this is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. I just don't want to end it, but I have to. Our guest is Reggie Rockstone, the grandpapa of hip life. And my name is Ismail Okwe. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and on all of GhanaWeb's digital channels. Be safe.
Founders Day, and I'm currently at Tiptoe Lane to ask people what they know about the Founders Day.
I heard about a big city, but the issue is that there are many, but the issue is only one person that names top all the big six. So when you talk about Nkrumah cover all those people. Do understand? So if you come or if you come to power and you say no, this is what I want to do, but it doesn't match. When you go outside, everybody knows Nkrumah, who is Nkrumah is. So there's no need for us to talk about it. When you go outside Ghana, everywhere we hear about Nkrumah.
Minim kwasa na holiday. Minim kwa. Mi bedu adwuma mu na so bi ka che me say mo say holiday na mi say holiday be mo say Founders Day as whatever. Minim kwasa na holiday. Oh, Mate, Founders Day, Mate da. I don't know, say no kwasa na I don't know mo say dey kai Kwame Nkrumah birthday as whatever. Na minimum bi che bi lamte akufu ado no akufu john or whatever. Ana odate lamte ne. To be frank, street yard any holiday oh you Sunday kwa baba kwani ejire ene amasa Ghana yesu yenko dine ni ngodi de iti amasa tiano 247 ye nyakwa nka nyumre kwa nke be shedwa wa but ye shedwa na customers no ile
yeah the minimum say na ye sa founders na kasa na e dey celebrity emu baako yeah but after the omo aka omo nyina abom I celebrate me say me nimpa dia enka me ma na emom no o say this time no ne me mu entene ti nipa ne bebre ono mo a holiday no kra no say onya ban adwuma na o ya o be focus so be adwuma because as a system no mo edene
tete kwashi ko fa kokoo ba ye nim so na de kokoo e de e ba ye how come so be so di we ya ba ne di bi bata me ne say do na ka say finance da me nti ase I didn't know, cause South Finance Day now. Yeah, you see, any public says. enipa says mo communicate dia ba ko pe na ebedi kan di odi kan no won e di gold medal na de ema no enti ku kwam nkwan no odi kan no on e se ebo na disabled din na de ema no enye se di bi beta ho na we ka ho na we ka ho na we ka ho na we ka ho me de du ho sa na em ka so mo celebrate a me de esa me hu
no kweda e ba ko enra me ba eco school ba no ka se dada e chan abo ayen ko school ana me se ada no say holiday ka mente ho hwe minim ne ekọ bia ada enya mo kwa na ma ba na mo bo sa me kwa mente kwa se asesan bebi o mi ko ba bia me ne me yire ne me ma o fient ne ba bia ko.
Those who fought for our independence, which is Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, JB Dankwa, William Ofuliata. It's because of the economy. Things are very hard. The dollar, the cedis. You cannot stay home. You have to come work. At least you can get something to eat or move your business on.
In as much as people knew about today's Founders Day, others were so clueless about what was happening today. My name is Dorina Banmabaya, and I'm out.
Welcome to Diaspora Link. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri. We are back at you with another exciting episode, having conversations with people from the diaspora who've made the transition and who are working on building a stronger bridge between the diaspora and the continent of Africa. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm your host. Today's guest is Ivy Prosper. Ivy is a media specialist. She hails from Canada. Her family's from Ghana. We're going to learn a lot about Ivy today. So without further ado, let's get into the show. Diaspora Link here exclusively on GhanaWebTV.com. Okay, so we are here with this episode of Diaspora Link, and as always, before we get into our interview, we're going to put our guest through a small obstacle course so that you can get to know her a little bit. Okay, Ivy, so here, this is what we call our top five. Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions and I want you to give me your top. If you don't have a top, right, because you know in Ghana you say top, right? If you don't have a top, then just give us a strong recommendation.
Okay.
All right, in each category. You ready? Can y'all see the nervousness on Ivy's face? Because she's like, oh my God, they didn't tell me any of this. No, we did not. Okay, number one, and if I need to come back to it, I can.
All right.
Give us your favorite book.
One of my favorite books is If You Have to Cry, Go Outside by Kelly Catrone.
If You Have to Cry, Go Outside. I think I might need to get that myself. And give us your favorite artist, musical artist. It doesn't matter who just give us your favorite musical artist and let us know. It doesn't have to be a black person. It doesn't have to be a specific genre. Who touches your soul?
Who touches my soul? Wow, that's deep.
Maybe I shouldn't ask that question.
That's deep.
Give us one of your favorite artists.
One of my favorite artists, Alicia Keys.
Alicia Keys?
Yeah, she's one of my favorites. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next, your favorite food in the whole wide world. Doesn't have to be African food. What's your favorite food in the whole wide world?
My favorite food in the whole wide world. You know, I'm probably going to get some backlash for saying this, but I love Thai food.
Thai food?
I do.
Go. Who doesn't love Thai? Everybody loves Thai.
Thai food.
I love
Thai food.
Listen, whoever you get backlash from, It's probably a vegan. Sorry, vegans. No vegans or vegetarians were harmed during the making of this.
Oh, they could be vegans and be like Thai food.
I know. I just say that because, okay, last one is your favorite sport.
My favorite sport?
What is your favorite sport?
To play or to watch?
Play, watch.
I'll say I enjoy watching basketball.
Basketball?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, last one is your favorite vacation spot where you don't even have had to been there already.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a place you saw. What is your favorite place of vacation?
Okay, so I'm going to say a place that I've already been.
Okay.
I'm not going to say a favorite place that I want to go. I'll say a place that I've already been. Spain.
Spain.
Yeah, I actually really enjoyed my time
Nice.
in Spain.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ivy, for playing top 5. Okay, before we get into our in-depth interview with Ivy and she tells us about where she's from, how she got to Ghana, we're going to go through one more small obstacle course. And this game is really simple, Ivy. I give you some choices, and when I give you the choices, you give me the answers. Okay? Please just go with me here, right? I know because you're used to being in this seat, so go with me
All
here,
right.
okay?
I'll do
and
my
then
best.
just give me a very short explanation, okay, as to why.
All right.
Coffee versus tea.
Coffee, because coffee has this just wonderful aroma. When you smell it, it's just fragrant, and the tastes, the notes, it's just
Got it,
and
okay.
East African coffee is
Wache versus jollof.
Wache by far.
Why wache?
Wache just has, to me, has a better flavor than jollof. I think jollof is overrated. I know I cause trouble when I say that. Jollof is overrated. I think wache is far better than jollof. You've just got more of a natural taste.
And wache with the works?
No noodles on my wache.
Okay.
Noodles are an abomination.
No problem. We won't put noodles on your wache. Okay, next. Okada or Trotro?
Trotro by far. I am
Why?
not getting on an Okada. The way that they ride and weave through traffic,
You don't wanna do that.
squeezing in between cars, and I see them like this, like they're going to fall off. I am not putting myself at risk. I would rather put myself at risk in a Trotro.
Okay. Basketball versus soccer?
Basketball.
Why?
I've always liked basketball. I don't know why. I played basketball when I was in high school. I enjoyed. I like.
And it has nothing to do with the fact that the Toronto Raptors were NBA champions a few years ago. That has nothing to do with it.
No,
You
I've
sure?
always liked basketball.
Okay.
I played long before the Raptors were even in.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Canada.
I'm just checking. I'm just checking.
But I do like watching soccer, aka football in Africa.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
But I prefer basketball.
Okay. Volta or Eastern region?
You can't make me pick. My mom is from the Eastern region. My dad is from the Volta region. You're gonna make me pick?
Just think about the waterfalls. Think about the tourist attractions. Which one? Can we get one out of you?
You can't get one out of me, but I will say that I am a Volta region tourism ambassador.
Okay.
The beaches in the Volta
So
region
you
are
can't
amazing.
choose Eastern then, and then you can't choose Volta because then your family, then you won't have.
I'm gonna have family calling
You're
me
not gonna
up.
be able to go home. Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, as a media person,
Yes.
Instagram versus Twitter.
I would choose Instagram.
Why?
Because Instagram gives you the potential to say more and to even earn versus Twitter, more so than Twitter. I
Okay.
say that because people create platforms where eventually, let's say you pass the 10,000K mark, then you have an opportunity to post links. Click the link in bio, swipe up for the link, and then people can put a link to their websites.
Okay.
Or you can create a shop on Instagram. If you sell things, you create a shop, and that shop actually goes
Okay.
to your website. You can sell items on there. You can sell things on Twitter as well, but
Okay.
I find that Instagram
is-
seems to have built that and has more people coming and looking for that, whereas Twitter, people tend to share a lot of news.
Got you. So Mark Zuckerberg, our invoice is in the mail for helping people choose Instagram over Twitter. We know that you guys are owned by Facebook. Just send us our check. Okay, last one. Toronto versus Accra. Why?
Oh, I cannot choose.
Ade, please just choose. Hey, why? Ghana. Just choose one. Toronto or Accra.
I can't.
Hey, Charlie.
I can't choose.
We are live on TV, and you're telling me you can't do it.
Can I become an American and plead the fifth?
No, absolutely not. This is not an American thing. Okay, you know what?
I can't pick. You know why?
Why?
Because both cities have my heart.
Okay.
Both cities have my heart. So Toronto.
That's fair.
Toronto is a great city, multiculturalism, diverse. You get an opportunity to learn about other parts of the world while you're in one city.
Okay.
And then Accra is a great place because it's got this eclectic vibe of Africa, West Africa.
There it is.
And it's like the future.
There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, what we not going to do in 2021 is tell a black woman what she should do with her heart and where she should put it. So she gets to plead the fifth and have her heart in both places. Now, let's get into the real interview with Ivy Prosper. And we're back with Diaspora Link for another wonderful episode. As I mentioned to you in my introduction, we are here today with our guest, Miss Ivy Prosper. Ivy.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I could give you a handshake right now at the beginning.
You know what's missing right now in Ghana?
Missing?
The snap.
Okay.
The snap. People aren't doing it anymore because of COVID.
Okay, so
just did the snap.
We just snapped it up.
Yes.
Okay, Ivy, so we're going to get into it because I'm sure for you this is a little bit different. You're sitting on the other couch, right? And normally you're sitting on my couch, right? So you run into people all over Ghana who watch your YouTube channel. People move here after they see some of your videos. Let's talk a little bit about where you're from outside of Ghana, right? And what your transition was like moving to Ghana. What brought you back here?
Okay. So I was born in Ghana.
Okay.
But we left when I was 22 months, so just 2 months shy of my second birthday.
Right.
We moved to Canada. And
Canada.
so, yes, a lot of people get it confused and think that I came from the States. A lot of people will be like, oh, you're American, you're American. They assume that my accent is American, and I always tell them, no, Canada. So in Canada, I was there most of my life. I'll fast forward to what brought me to Ghana, because that's what you asked. So basically...
But no, just tell us, because I don't know that a lot of people know that there is a difference between Canada and the U.S.
Yeah.
Just give us 3 things that you think are different about Canada and the U.S. and why people confuse. I mean, I know it's all in North America, but people just, Canada, North America, same thing, but it's not, right?
It's not. There are differences, but the longer time I spend in Ghana, the more I can recognize why some Ghanaians think it's the same.
Okay.
Because we do some things the same way. When you cross the border from Canada to the U.S. or vice versa, I mean, the way the roads are, the way the buildings are, everything is pretty much almost exactly the same.
Right.
But, you know, our legal systems, racism exists in Canada, just like it does in the U.S.
Okay.
The difference is that Canada doesn't have as much violence in the same way the U.S. has the violence.
Okay.
Canada's racism will be more like the, oh, hi, how are you? Oh, and then when you're not around, why? And then they'll be cursing your name out, and you know. Whereas an American who doesn't like you because you're black will be like to your face,
right?
And you know what you're dealing with face to face. It's not behind your back.
Okay.
But Canadian.
What part of Canada?
I grew up in the Niagara Falls area, so in a city called St. Catharines.
Okay.
It's right beside Niagara Falls.
Okay.
But when I finished high school, I moved to the Toronto area.
Okay.
And it was 15 minutes from the New York State border, so I had a lot of American influence being close to the U.S. border. But Canada is, it's got a lot of British influence because it was once one of the British Commonwealth countries.
Okay.
So there is a little bit of a British influence. There is a bit of an American influence. So there's like a mixture going on there. But when it comes to the way Canada is, Canada promotes multiculturalism.
Okay.
So that's what we learned growing up was when you become a Canadian, they want you to still hang on to your heritage. Whereas American society teaches you to assimilate, teaches you that when you're an American, you're an American to the core. You're an American, America this, pro-America that. Whereas in Canada, people will say, I'm Ghanaian Canadian, I'm Nigerian Canadian, I'm Polish
and that's
Canadian.
Promoted everywhere.
It's promoted throughout the country. People will hang on to their heritage. You know, I'm Australian Canadian. They'll say what their home country is, even if they weren't born there.
Right.
You know, their grandparents may be from there.
But that's accepted.
And it's accepted.
It's accepted and it's
accepted.
promoted. Because you know, for us Americans too,
Yeah.
we're just as ignorant about Canada. We know 3 things about Canada. Can I say them?
Go right
It's
ahead.
a little ignorant.
Go
We
right
know
ahead. Go
snow
right
and cold weather, moose,
Oh yeah, the moose.
and Drake.
Drake. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one.
So shouts out to OVO and the 6.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
So what brought you to Ghana?
Wait, I need to also add.
Okay.
Because people think Canada's the only place that's cold, but there's 21 states that have the same winter that we have. But you guys don't talk about that.
Because we don't go there. It's
New
no
York,
black people
come
in
on,
the
New
states.
York, New York State. There's
It's
black
a few
people
black
in New
people
York
in
State.
New York.
Come on, man. You're tripping. You're tripping. You're tripping. But Canada is a great place to live.
seriously.
Canada also has a different way of family life than America does.
The
A lot
healthcare
of-
system is a
yeah,
little
with the
different,
healthcare
right?
system. There's just I think there's a better quality of life in Canada.
Okay.
But the U.S. has better opportunity for becoming a multimillionaire if
Gotcha.
you have that focus.
Okay.
But Canadian black community has a history of, there's 2 histories of Canadian black people. You have the black people who are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade,
Okay.
people who escaped when they were going through the Underground Railroad from the U.S.
Okay.
to Canada because Canada abolished slavery before the U.S. did.
Okay.
So you have communities of black people who are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. Then you have communities of black people who are intentional immigrants who came to the country from the Caribbean and from African countries. So we have that mixture of black people in Canada.
And we also know Nova Scotia, right?
Yes.
Is where the majority of the descendants from Sierra Leone came
Yes.
from. After the Caribbean islands, they went to Nova Scotia. Then from Nova Scotia, they went to form.
Right.
Okay, so
Right.
so you grew up in Ghana, left at 22 months.
Yeah, I
You
barely grew up in Ghana.
barely grew up in Ghana.
Yeah.
You saw moose. You saw.
I
you
did-
went through
I-
cold weather.
I did see.
You listened to Drake.
I actually did see a moose in Canada. I actually did when we were little kids. In northern Canada, though, they don't
Okay.
roam around the major cities. If you live in the rural communities, they're there. So, like, my brother and I used to love seeing the moose at the garbage dump site. We would see moose and black bears in northern Canada.
Okay, so we're gonna add
but
black
not where
bears.
we ended up settling.
And then you flew to Ghana.
Yeah, I came to Ghana in 2011 initially.
Okay.
At the time, the economy, so when the economy crashed in the US, like 2008, 2009, Canada was also affected because a lot of business, Canada and the US are each other's biggest trading partner. A lot of
Gotcha.
people don't realize that. So if the economy is collapsing in America, it's definitely going to affect Canada too. So there were some challenges in finding jobs and career stability, that kind of thing. And so I had gone through a period where I was feeling kind of down and trying to figure out what to do. And then my mom suggested, why don't you go to Ghana, clear your head? The plan was just to go and it was supposed to be relaxed, clear my mind, figure things out. But then literally, when I came,
right.
I had a friend who had already moved here. And so he had invited me to a birthday party. And when I went to that birthday party, through conversation, I ended up meeting someone who offered me a job. So it's like within a couple of weeks, I had a job. So I was like, okay, I've got a job. So I was working at SOS College, the high school. I was running a creative writing center. And then I eventually, through networking again, got a job hosting a TV show, which was the Maternal Health Channel TV series.
Okay.
We traveled around Ghana, covering stories of why women are dying in numbers in Ghana in the 21st century after childbirth.
Okay.
And so that job kept me here longer
That's
too.
important work.
Very important. So
That's
2011,
important work.
12, 13, I was here.
Okay.
When the show filming wrapped, I went back to Canada, and then I eventually came back in 2016.
Now hold on. So what part of Ghana is your family from? Your
My-
family in Ghana is
Yes. My dad's side of the family is from the Volta region, from Keta.
Okay.
My mom's side is from the eastern region, from Osino. So
Okay.
I am half Achim and
Okay.
half Ewe.
Okay.
So Ewes are patrilineal lineage. Achims are matrilineal lineage, which is my mom. So I happily claim both 50-50 because I get the patrilineal and the matrilineal.
Right. So, so since you've come to Ghana,
Yeah.
right, and I heard you say around 20, you came here, you worked on a very important topic, maternal health, and then you went back to Canada. But since you've been here and since you first came, have you visited other African countries? Have you moved around and visited? What are some of the other African countries you've visited?
I've been to Togo, Benin, and Kenya.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to add way more to the list, of course, but that's what I've been to so far.
Okay, so we're going to give you an opportunity to add more to the list right now.
I definitely
This is a small game that we play that we did not prepare you for because we didn't want you to study. We didn't want you to study.
Okay.
So the name of all of our loyal viewers know the name of this game is called Africa in 60 Seconds. Okay? So now what you have to do, we're going to start a timer.
Oh my gosh.
You need to name as many African countries as you can in 60 seconds.
There is
no right, there is no A, B, C, D, E, F. There's no right or wrong. There's no pass, fail. It's just something that we kind of spring on our guests since this is Diaspora Link, right? And Africa is a continent and there are 54 countries.
Yes.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Is our timer ready? Okay. Can I get a countdown? 3, 2, 1, go.
Ghana, Togo, Benin, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, Niger, Nigeria, South Africa, Mali, Algeria, Comoros, Mauritius, Madagascar, Morocco, Egypt, Tanzania, Uganda, Botswana. Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank now. Sao Tome, Cape Verde, which is now Cabo Verde.
You're naming all the hard ones.
Oh my God, I'm going blank.
You had about 20 right now. Let's go.
Senegal. Oh my goodness, which ones am I missing now? Congo. Somalia. Sudan. South Sudan. I'm drawing blanks now.
5, 4,
oh my goodness.
3, pressure's on.
Pressure's
2,
on.
1. Okay, all right. No, good job. How
many did I
You
get?
wasn't expecting that, right?
No, I wasn't expecting that. How many did I get?
I think you had about 26.
Did I get 26?
You had about 26. You had about 26.
So I got some work to do.
It's you know what? You don't. It's just something that we do because there are so many people.
Yes.
Who, and even continental Africans, Europeans, and everybody who don't realize how vast and wide Africa is, and just how many countries there are, and how many cultures, and how many languages. And, it's just it's so diverse. So it's just a little something fun, and it's
That was fun. I can't believe I missed Sierra Leone. I missed Liberia.
See, now you want a second chance. Now you want a second chance. Okay, so tell us about you going back to Canada, right? In around 2013, and eventually you made your way back. But let's talk a little bit about kind of what was that first transition like compared to the second one where you came back and stayed?
Yeah. So the first one was actually, when it comes to the work aspect, was easier than the second time. So because it kind of fell in my lap, because I met someone at a birthday party and went and interviewed, got the job, and then the TV show was through networking. Then that producer contacted me later to ask if I would be interested in the show. So I wasn't seeking, it came to me. So work aspect, it was easy. Transition aspect, it was challenging because even though I'm Ghanaian, and my parents made sure to teach us a lot about Ghanaian culture, and I had visited Ghana before, had a great time, but to actually live in the country is a totally different experience.
Right.
So I had some challenges with adjusting, some challenges with communication.
Like adjusting with the heat?
The heat was really tough because in Canada, in our summers, we get the same kind of heat that Ghana gets. June, July, August gets brutally hot in Canada. Like
wow.
in Southern Ontario.
I would have never. I just thought Canada was cold all year round.
No, it's brutally hot. June, July, August, we get multiple heat warnings.
Okay.
In Toronto, sometimes they will open these places they'll call cooling centers that you can go if you don't have air conditioning. You can go sit there, relax, get some cool air. People go to the mall because they want air conditioning, because there's a lot of older properties that don't have the air conditioning in like old Toronto homes and stuff. So anyway, adjusting to the heat being where you don't have the relief of air conditioning all the time. So I think that's what made it difficult, because even though we would have these heat waves in the Toronto area, we know you can just go somewhere and get air conditioning and just relax.
Right. And I'm sure there were other adjustments too.
Yeah, there were other adjustments too. So like, because, you know, we have this, and Americans have this too, where you get this comfort of certain things, certain foods, certain ease of access. And then when you can't get those, you get like frustrated. You're like, what do you mean I can't get this? What do you mean I can't get this what do you mean you're closed on Sunday? What do you mean I can't? You know, there's so many things that you're just like, why? It's the 21st century. Why is this happening? Why is this taking so long?
Right.
Why? And the frustrating thing for me was time. That was a huge thing. Why are you telling me to come at 9 o'clock and you're not going to start till 11?
So hold on. I got to ask this. Do they have CPT in Canada?
Yes.
They do have CPT?
Yes.
So colored people's time cross the border too from America to Canada?
Yeah, definitely. But the interesting thing is the black people who are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade will call it black people time, colored people time. But the Caribbean blacks will say it's Caribbean time. It's Jamaican time. It's Trini time. It's West Indian time. And then the Africans will just be like, oh, it's and then they'll name their country. It's Nigerian time. It's Ghanaian time. So it's like everybody's claiming it as theirs. Our people are late.
It's in our DNA.
Yes, our people are late. But the Ghanaians are the worst. Seriously.
Now be careful. They might be careful. Be careful.
So that
be careful. You know this.
I know. I live here now, so it's like that was a tough one.
Let's do this. We're going to take a small break, and then when we come back, we're going to come back with Ivy Prosper. We're going to talk about her company. We're going to talk about her foundation. We're going to talk about her media work, and we're going to dive into a little bit more of some of her challenges and solutions in making a connection with the diaspora. We'll be right back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. And we're back with this very lively and exciting discussion with Ivy. Oh, that rhymed. Lively Ivy. Oh, hold on. Can I get a contract? All right. Too much.
Come see Drake. Come see Drake. Come to Canada. Come see Drake.
So you were talking about your transition.
Yes.
And I'm going to say creature comforts that we're used to having here that are not here. But you left and then you came back. So talk to us about when you came back, why, and what that transition was like.
Okay. So when I had left after the contract ended, and this is something I wasn't going to talk about, but it kind of ties into why I came.
Okay.
I was in a relationship with somebody.
Okay.
And he and I had planned.
I'm not asking any questions.
I know you're not.
I just want to let you know. I'm just going to listen, and then we're going to move on to the next topic.
Yeah, I'm volunteering this information because it ties into me. It's something that I kind of have avoided, but I think it's important because it is part of my story.
Okay.
So the person I was with, part of me coming back was, I mean, he encouraged me to come back because while I was in Canada, I still kept thinking about, oh, you know, I really enjoyed working on the TV show. I want to do more media stuff, and the media stuff wasn't coming as much as I wanted in Canada. Anyway, he and I planned to eventually move to Ghana and start a life together and all that. So I came first. I mean, we ended up breaking up, but I came, and in that second transition, he was 50% of my decision. The other 50% was I saw the opportunities available in Ghana.
Okay.
I saw the opportunities in Africa.
Okay.
And so in coming, I had made some connections with people prior that I was keeping in contact with for potential opportunities when I return.
Okay.
So I advise people when they come to Ghana, do not come without a plan, because I came thinking these connections I had were going to lead to something because of the prior experience I had where things just fell in my lap. So I expected it to be as simple. So when I came, one person I was communicating with was at a TV station, and that looked like a really strong lead. Unfortunately, that TV station got bought out by another company.
Okay.
I'm not going to name it, but they got bought out by another company, and then everything changed.
Don't name it. We don't want to get sued.
Yeah.
We don't have no insurance, so we got to keep that out.
We're not in America, so even if there was insurance, there would be no money coming.
You can't say that. All right, okay. So
when I got here, basically all the leads that I had vanished. So then I was like, oh my goodness, I have to really bust my
behind
and get things in gear, because now I have nothing. But I'm grateful that I actually have family here, I have friends here, so I had a support system while I was trying to find work. So trying to find work in Ghana as a diasporan is not easy. I usually
is it the work, or is it like the salary you want, or is it a combination?
It's a combination. It's a combination of both. So what I advise people now, based on my experience, is don't come unless you have a plan, unless you have a solid contract in place, unless you know what you want to do and you're willing.
Sign contract.
Right. And if you're willing to take a pay cut, because you have to know that the salaries here are not the same as the salaries over there.
Okay.
Unless you're working at companies, like if you're working for an embassy or something, a lot of the embassies pay in foreign currency. So look at those things, be strategic. So for me, because I wanted to do media work, I quickly realized that what I was being paid on the TV show I did before, because it was funded by foreign money, what I was being paid was not normal in Ghana.
Gotcha.
And at the time, I thought that was normal. Then I realized, this is what's normal in Ghana. When people started telling me salaries, I was like, wow, what a difference. So thankfully, through my networking, it took me about almost 5 months to find work. So eventually I started working with a production company, documentary production company here, Refined Creative, where we did documentaries, mostly for foreign clients. That was a great experience. So I advise anybody who's looking into the media space, look at opportunities to create content that people outside of a continent will have an interest in, because that's where you'll get the opportunity to reap the financial rewards. Because if you have foreign investors, foreign funders, it makes it a lot more enjoyable to...
I want to fast forward you a little bit.
Yeah.
I want to jump into Ivory Prosper of today.
Yes.
Ivory Prosper Foundation.
Yes.
African Women on the Move.
Yes.
The Ivory Prosper Media Group. So you've made this transition once, you made it twice, you came back, you shared why you came, right? You shared a disappointment that you had, and your leads disappeared, and it took you 5 months, you found work, but now you're not the same Ivory Prosper. You're the Ivory Prosper you are now. You walk down the street and people say, hey, are you Ivory Prosper? Oh my God, I saw your YouTube video. Oh my God, I made a decision based off your video. You had an opportunity to manage, which you still do, I believe, social media from the beginning, from the very beginning, the social media for the year of return, for beyond the return. You have your own YouTube channel. So let's talk a little bit about your successes and maybe what some of your challenges still are, and just where you are now and how you're managing all that you do.
Okay, so now I still do work with the Beyond the Return initiative now, previously Year of Return. So I didn't start with them from the very beginning. You were there from the beginning. It was part of the team. I
wasn't doing social media though.
That's true. You weren't doing social media, but you were an important part of what happened, you know. So with social media, I actually joined when it was in May. So it was already a few months into Year of Return when I joined the team. So basically, I had already been promoting Ghana on my own social platforms, as you mentioned, with YouTube, with Instagram. I was already promoting Ghana, talking about Ghana. I had a blog that I used to do that was called Made in Ghana, Africa, where I just blogged things about what I experienced in Ghana. And so through that, I got an opportunity to meet with Ghana Tourism and discuss the opportunities. So then I ended up jumping on board, which was an amazing experience, because when I started working with the social media and changing how things were being shared on the platform, it had just over 300 followers, and I was able to build it to over 20,000 within a few months.
Excellent.
And people said that they noticed the difference. Like, people would send me messages like, I noticed the difference.
I did.
Yes, you were one of those people that noticed the difference.
I noticed the difference.
Because people said because they realized that I had this ability to communicate knowing Ghanaians as well as knowing the diaspora community and the diaspora experience. Because even though I am Ghanaian, I really have mostly a diaspora experience. Because as long as you are a black person living outside of the continent, the way you're treated by the systematic society is as a black person.
Right.
They're not looking at you like, are you African? Are you historical from the transatlantic slave trade? No,
they're not.
It's just you're a black person. Period. You know, so the treatment is the same. So you get that understanding of where people are coming from. So so that has been a great experience, and I'm continuing to do the Beyond the Return right now. And then with my YouTube, as you said, I'm so happy that it's impacting a lot of people. A lot of people tell me that they have moved to Ghana after watching my videos. People contact me for advice on a regular basis, so that's really been a great thing. I'm slowly transitioning into doing things to make an impact. So with I'm just launching the Ivory Prosper Foundation.
Congratulations! Tell us about that.
Which I'm doing as a way to help promote women and girls, support them in different ways. So the first thing I'm going to be doing with the Ivory Prosper Foundation in the coming months is doing a workshop for young women to help them learn about content creation. Because I think that there's a lot of tools that people don't realize that they can use what they have to be able to do the things they want to do to reach their goals.
You should definitely have a conversation with our producer. I think that she would love to hear more about this.
Oh yeah, that would be great. Definitely. That would be great. Because I really think that building the future is about building the young people today. So with my foundation, I want to be able to do things that will support young women and girls to help them in their future, whether it's through education, through work experience, through workshops, to just even teach them basic skills, basic communication, because sometimes people don't know how to contact somebody for a job. Like, I had someone send me a message saying, Madam, I want a job. Can you get me a job at Diaspora office? And I was like,
that's not the
who
way
is this? That's not how you communicate with someone. You don't know them.
That's not the way that works, champ.
No. So teaching them the skills, those kinds of things. And then with the media, I registered Prosper Creative. I want this is a long-term vision I have to have a media company that is a creative company that's a combination of media and creative things, whether it be fashion, arts, that are all under the creative. That's why I said, that's why I called it Prosper Creative.
I want to ask you a question. It just popped in my head.
Yes.
Because you are a woman.
Yes.
You are a black woman.
Yes.
And you're tall.
You're
not, right? And you don't see a lot of tall women in Ghana.
Yeah.
Has that made a difference? Has that changed anything? Like, because as somebody who believes in empowering women's voices, you have a strong voice. Does that have an effect on you? Do people comment? Do people think, or maybe you're not Ghanaian, or like, is it an advantage? Is it a disadvantage? I just wanted, because when you walk in a room, we know you're there, right? So, and I know sometimes here in Ghana and other places on the African continent where women's rights is fairly new, so to speak. I'm wondering if that has, caused a problem, or if it's made things a little easier for you.
I think being tall in general, no matter where I am, has its advantages when it comes to trying to get people to hear you.
Okay.
Studies have proven that taller people command attention automatically. You walk, as you said, I walk in a room, people see that I'm there. So when I really recognized that was some years ago when I started public speaking. So 2004, I was doing public speaking, empowerment of women and girls. I was traveling around in Canada to schools and nonprofit organizations. And what I found was, because of my height, people just paid attention. So I said, I have to use this to my advantage. So anytime I would speak, I love wearing heels already. So anytime I would speak, I would rock my heels, make sure that I'm even taller than I normally am, and people would just listen. And I find that a lot of my friends, my female friends who are fairly short, the ones who, like, you have super short, average, and then tall like me. And I find the ones that are really, really short talk about how sometimes they have to really shout for people to hear them, because people look at them as being so small. But because of my height, I can say something and people will listen. So yes, it comes to my advantage. And yeah, a lot of people think I'm not Ghanaian because of my height. A lot of people say they think I'm from Kenya.
Okay.
They think I'm from Jamaica, or they think I'm American, or they think I might be from Senegal or Nigeria. Those are the places I usually...
Traditionally tall women.
Yeah, those are the places I usually get.
You have so much happening with you. You have so much to offer. You have so much insight in. We're running out of time. So what I would love for you to do, because people get to catch you on your channel interviewing others, right? I would love, as we close out, maybe tell us something that we don't know about you, maybe something you have planned for the future. And I'm sure you give a lot of advice to people, right? But since this is Diaspora Link and we're connecting the diaspora, I would love to end with your vision for how Ghana and Africa connects with the diaspora.
I think that Ghana, my vision for how Ghana connects with the diaspora and the rest of Africa is that Ghana has this way of embracing everyone. And I think that I have this idea that it can grow into something bigger than it is. I still feel like Kwame Nkrumah is the heartbeat of this country, even though we all know what happened. Well, I shouldn't say we all know, because there's some people who don't know that he was overthrown. Because I do meet diasporans who are surprised when they find out that he was overthrown. They only know the story of him helping with independence. I really think he's the heartbeat of the country, and I think that with more diasporans coming in, that heartbeat will continue to be the pulse of the future, because as more diasporans come in, more Ghanaians are connecting with them and learning from them, and diasporans are learning from Ghanaians, because we have to learn from each other in order to move the country forward. Correct. So I really do believe that this country is becoming the heartbeat of the continent, even from the west going out, because other countries are contacting Ghana now to find out how they manage to bring people, how they manage to brand themselves. People are now knowing it's Ghana.
Right.
Where growing up in Canada, I would say Ghana, people would say, oh, Guyana?
They would think it was.
They think it's Guyana in the Caribbean.
Last 30 seconds. Your one solid piece of advice for diasporans who are looking to either move, do business, or invest, whatever. Diasporans looking to connect with Ghana and the African continent. one solid piece of advice you would give them?
Do your research and talk to other people who've done it so that you can learn from their mistakes. When you learn from their mistakes, you're able to do better and you're able to really make an impact, and it makes it easier for you when you're willing to learn from others. It's a great opportunity. This is like what America may have been hundreds of years ago. When people hear names like Rockefeller and talk about their successes, or in Europe you hear names like Louis Vuitton, think about those successes. Those people built legacies that like over 100 years old. This is your opportunity to come and build a legacy for your children's children's children and centuries to come. So that's my advice.
Ivy, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We gotta keep the snap.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming
Thank
to
you for
Diaspora
having
Link,
me.
Ivy.
And I have to say congratulations on the show and wishing you much success with this.
Thank you.
Telling stories from the diaspora. You're a great person to be doing this.
Thank you, Ivy. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank everybody for joining this week's episode of Diaspora Link. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri. We want to thank our guest, Ivy Prosper, for sharing so much of her experiences during her diaspora transition with us. As we do every episode, we want to leave you with the wisdom, the magic, and the science of our ancestors through their proverbs. Today's proverb is, no matter how beautifully built or well crafted a coffin is, it will never make someone wish for death. Thanks again for tuning in. We'll see you next episode.
Amazing! We are going to the Upper East region. When you look at the map of Ghana, this is the Upper East region, and it is the third smallest region in Ghana. The regional capital of the Upper East region is called Bolgatanga, which is popularly called Bolga. Have you been there before? Let me know in the comment section. Are you from the Upper East? If you're from the Upper East, I am representing your region. But before I get there, I want you to let me know, where in the Upper East do you think I'm going? So there are two ways to get to the Upper East region. Either you go by road or you go by air. If you go by road, it costs 220 Ghana cedis for a trip. If you would go by air, there are two ways to go about it. You could either go from Accra to Tamale, which is the closest, or Accra to Wa. So I am opting for Accra to Tamale. I got the ticket for 1,400 Ghana cedis for a round trip that's in and out. I'm going on a trip and I'm super excited. You all are coming along. You know how I get very excited when it's like sitting in the plane. Like I'm happy. I mean, get the opportunity to sit in the plane, you know. Yes, so I just checked in. I'm currently here at the domestic airport here in Accra, Terminal 2, and yeah, this used to be the international terminal. how the airport looks like. So yeah, I got my backpack, yeah, and I am in Tamale. Let me know if you have an idea where you think I'm going. And yeah, the flight was very, very smooth. I'm going to figure myself out to my next destination. And of course, you're coming along. Let's go. All right, so I'm going to Bolga. From Bolga, I'm going to pick another bus to my final destination. So this is the Bolga car. It's right here at the airport. Once you ask, they are going to. So this is how the airport looks like. I'm super excited. So it's currently about 27 degrees. It's not so hot, and we are currently in the rainy season. So yeah, this is the vehicle I'm going to be joining with other passengers. This is how it looks. I was really hoping to sit in front, but somebody else is there, so this is where I'm going to sit. My backpack and my bag is here secured, waiting for the vehicle to be full before they leave. Like, most people come here and always get car from here, so you don't have a problem when it comes to transportation. There are a lot of motorbikes, there are a lot of yellow. Okay, there's no yellow here, but there are motorbikes and private vehicles you can just join. It's safe. So yeah, I'm going to Bolga, and I've been to Tamale. How many times have I been to Tamale? I think 4 times. The last time I vlogged my entire experience. If you missed that video, please go back and check out my experience in Tamale. But today I'm not going to Tamale. The only option was to come through Tamale because there were 2 options. It's either I come from Accra to Wa or Accra to Tamale, and I decided to come to Accra to Tamale. So I'm here, and I really like the sun in of plants. They've moved us to a small car because we are only 4. So yeah, joining with other passengers. There's traffic in me 80 Ghana cedis. Thank you. Say hi to my. Say hi. So he brought me. I'm currently in Bolga station, and I'm going to Navrongo. So I'm going to get another bus to another loading car to Navrongo. This is the car I'm using. So it cost me 15 Ghana cedis in a loading taxi to Navrongo. How much? Why sitting? Okay, give me this one. Oh, so yeah, I'm sure by now you all know this is my final, no, not my final destination, but I am in Navrongo. I came to Navrongo, so I'm waiting for my friend. She's picking me up. Then we get to explore Navrongo. So I've been here before, right? But I haven't explored this town as much as I should on YouTube. And so you guys are coming along. I mean, you know, I always come along with you. The last time I came to Navrongo was my name is Stella Shanelly. Hey! She got me. Welcome. Good to see you. Meet Gloria. Hi guys. So yeah, I'm super excited, and yeah, I'll keep you updated. Finally here in Navrongo.
Welcome to Navrongo.
Thank you so much. This is where I'm going to be for the next how many days? Few days. Gloria is going to be showing me around. You remember, this is how the shea nut looks like, but you get the shea nut from the shea fruit. So I'm about to try the shea fruit for the first time. They saw me buying it in town, so obviously you have to see me eat. Show me how do you eat it?
So you just take it like this and you bite.
Just so this one looks harder.
So
this is how it looks like.
It just means it will be less sweeter, so you just buy the same way.
No, let me get a softer one. I want the sweeter one. So.
Yeah. So you eat everything till you get the nut out.
It tastes like sweet avocado. Guys, do you know dates? The fruits Muslims used to break their fast. Dates. It tastes like avocado, but the sweetener is like dates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's very natural. So it's very sweet. And you won't really get your hands messy. You can eat it all.
This is the end product. So this is what they use to get the shea butter. I have to move you. Gloria, I'll move in here. No. Good morning from Navrongo. Good morning. Guys, look at the sunrise from Navrongo. Look at this. It's my first morning here, and we are going to take a stroll. In fact, we are going for a walk. I have my sneakers on with the family.
Hi.
So where are we going to this morning?
We're just taking a walk towards the canal.
Okay.
So we are going to pass some farmland.
Okay.
And we'll find a lot of interesting things on the way.
Okay. Dorado. Mommy?
Dorado.
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 Dorado. What about good afternoon?
Dile.
Ville.
Dile.
Gile. Hey. So. Good morning. Dorado. Hey. I got someone to respond. Yeah, I'm doing well. What about good evening?
We still say Dile.
Dile. Oh, okay. What language is it?
That's Kasim.
Kasim? That's the common language here
in Navrongo. But not the only one.
Oh, okay. So this is a rice farm. This is how the rice plant looks like. This is how it looks like. You can see a lot of them here. Plant, and it was a millet.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen a millet plant. This is a millet. Oh, okay. Almost every family has a farm close to their house, so you can see okra, millet. I saw rice. What did you see?
There's maize, granuts. Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Maybe sorghum. I don't know. We're yet to see that.
Yeah. So you remember I told you in my other videos that we are currently in the rainy season. So this is the best time for farmers to actually plant. Yeah, because there are rains here. Like, does it rain here like in Accra?
We have a rainy season. I think it starts somewhere in July. Yeah.
It's the same
in July
in Accra.
Maybe September. Accra, I think during the latter part of the year, you still have rain. This place, Harmattan will start. And once that happens, it dries out. And when it dries, this whole place changes. It's so brown and
you don't see any.
Yeah.
I think that the last time I came to Tamale, that's what I experienced.
Okay.
So we've seen some baobab trees, and of course you can't come to the northern region and not see a baobab tree. So you are getting closer for you to have a look at the baobab tree. So let's go, guys. So this is a baby baobab, also a baby baobab which hasn't started flowering yet. I see this a lot since I came, this particular plant. Guys, let me know in the comment section if you know the use of this plant. Is it something you can eat from? Like, let me know.
I know you definitely don't eat.
They don't eat from the tree?
Yeah. But let me know in the comment section. So Gloria thinks this is what is made from with the henna.
Yeah, that's what I think.
That's what she thinks, but let us know in the comment section. This is how the tree looks like.
Come up here.
Yeah.
These ones are about to crack, like these little ones. They will crack over here.
Okay.
And then they will spit out the flower.
The flower. This
The
is
white
how the
one.
flower looks like. And this is a matured baobab tree. This is another baobab tree. So this is the granite plant, and it's now flourishing. Personally, I haven't seen a granite plant before, so I get to see that for the first time. You know, there is this perception that the north, in fact, the north has like dry lands. It's like a desert. The lands are not fertile. Guys, this is why they say travel and see. I am seeing the place is green, and it's only dry during the dry season. We are currently in the rainy season, so this is how it looks. And let me know in the comment section if you also thought the same, if you also think the north is just full of dry lands. So I'm wondering, like Mommy and Gloria, does the food, like the food they planted, does it sustain them for the whole year, since like the December is the dry season and all?
Yeah, so actually there are people who don't have cash throughout the year, like constant supply of income. So what they do is they wait, they get the harvest. When they finish harvesting their rice, their maize, whatever, they would sell that from time to time, and also eat that from time to time, and they survive.
Yeah, so they make good use of their fertile season, which is the rainy
Exactly,
season.
because in addition to what you are saying, this is their, we can regard them as garden land, gardens.
Okay.
They still can have farms somewhere further. And now farm for commercial use. This one, they farm what they eat, but they have more land, because the land, as you see, is available here. Yes, the land is available.
I'm sure they are not so expensive too. The shea tree looks like, as you can see, there's fruits. You guys remember I had one yesterday. This is how the fruit looks like. I had some yesterday, which was very tasty, and this is how it looks like. It has a very rough this is it. Look at this. Yeah, very rough. I also found a shea nut here. Yeah, look at it. When it dries, this is how it looks like. Yeah. Let me know in the comment section, have you had shea fruit before? I had it yesterday, and it was really, really, really nice. I had to turn this way because of the sun. It tasted like a bit of dates, sweet dates, you know, the fruit dates, and avocado. It looks like avocado, but it tastes like dates.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm better than you.
Hey!
Share butter.
She makes shea butter. Oh, okay.
Okay, later.
Yeah.
So let's go to my farm to go do the work and see.
Let you show me here.
No, the farm. Go to the farm there.
The farm
there.
there.
Okay, let's go.
You come. Okay, come.
Jumanaba.
Wow, wow.
Okay, the nantie.
I said I was going to help Mommy. Now she says I should come.
You will be telling me, say me the man. I'm not the man. I'm the owner. You come. All of you come.
So this is Mommy's house. This is how it looks like. Very interesting. So we are about to remove the wheat from the rice, but she needs to teach us which is which, because the rice looks closer to the wheat. And this is fun. This is what they do like every day. Wow, they're really trying. Put some respect on their names.
Akile.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me what want to need.
Because I don't speak the language, she said she's not my friend. So we are finally here at the canal. This is how it looks like from here.
The canal gets water from a place called the Tono Dam. And the Tono Dam basically is like the Akosumo Dam or something. It has a huge reservoir of water. Whenever it rains, it stores water. And it is responsible for most of the irrigation of the Navrongo activity. So initially, most farmers used to do like a lot of tomatoes. I'm sure you've heard of Navrongo tomatoes. Yeah. But then I think after some years, there was a particular year, a number of farmers even committed suicide because that particular year the rains destroyed most of the fruits. So they made a loss. So now they've turned more into more safer crops like rice and maize, because those ones, and pepper, those ones don't spoil too easily. So that's why when we were coming, we saw a lot of farms. They actually have pumps that you could put in the water and pump. So they serve as like sprinklers that you can irrigate your farm with. So those ones, even when it's dry, they still have some kind of water supply, and then they can still keep planting. But for now, all what we saw mostly depends on the rain. Of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed exploring Konya town of Navrongo, and this was successful because of this little pretty girl lady. So do well to subscribe to her channel. What do you do on your channel? I show people more about Navrongo and things you can do in Upper East.
So yeah, if you want to see more videos from the Upper East, specifically Navrongo, head to her channel. Head to her channel, please. Tell her I'm here from Stella Shanelly. Stella Shanelly brought me here, you know.
Yeah,
but this was really
to the channel, guys.
Yeah.
How did you enjoy the walk?
Oh, it was good. It was really good. You know how like people think like the Upper East, in fact the north in particular, is like just a desert, dry land, but like I'm really impressed, and it was good I came this time. Like I've really learned a lot. Yeah,
I'm glad you did.
Yeah, and I saw the millet plants for the first time. I saw the groundnuts for the first time. Okra I've seen before. Baobab plants I've seen before. Maize, we see it in Accra. So yeah, it's exciting. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience here together with her mom and her family. Hey, you guys are doing well. Hey, please, they are treating me well here. If I come back fat, it's as a result of them. And so then I want to say I love you. Let's blow them kisses. So guys, you are invited with my share fruits. This is how it looks like. I already showed that to you in my previous video. If you didn't see it, go back and watch that video. So here I have some sunscreen on. She gave me some sunscreen, that's why my skin is shiny, and you're invited. Navrongo station. I'm about to pick bus to the Panga, and yeah, this is how it looks like. The weather is so sunny. So we are going to the Paga Pond, and it's one of the popular places to see here in Navrongo. I mean, people come from Accra all the way here just to see the crocodiles. So yeah, are you excited just as I am? Let's go, guys. Yeah.
The first thing is that we'll buy a chicken first.
Okay.
After that chicken, you will now pay the entrance fee.
Okay. How much is the chicken?
You know the chicken is 20 cedis.
Okay.
And the fee also no Ghanaians. So when they came here, they pay 20 cedis each. And no Ghanaians, they pay 25 cedis.
So we have the chicken now. This is the chicken that will be used to feed the crocodiles. I mean, this is the only way they can come out. If they hear the sound of the chicken, they know it's meat, so they'll come out. So let's go, guys. Why is it that the chicken is small?
You know, normally this crocodile, you know, they don't have tank.
Okay.
So that's why I normally give the small chickens. Because if you give the big one,
yeah.
And sometimes the problem is that you know this crocodile when they satisfy, they don't want to come out.
Okay.
So sometimes if you give the big chicken, they don't come out again.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I normally give the small ones.
Okay, so that's
they're hungry. Yeah. Before if you give the big one, 2 of them they won't come out again. So that's why I normally give the small ones.
So have you fed them this morning?
No, you are the first group.
We are the first group. Oh, right.
Is it that only when you have visitors then you feed them?
No, the money will charge for you people. No, there's day like that. We don't have visitors here. So you the money, that amount to buy the chicken, the entrance fee. You the amount to buy the chicken and feed them. Not all of them, but the 20 ones. There are about 15 of them.
So like how often do you feed them?
We feed them early in the morning. Come to around afternoon, we give them one. Evening time, we give them one.
All of them?
All of them. Not all of them.
The ones that come
the
out.
One come out. You know, they make over 200 inside this one.
Yeah.
So we only feed the trained or those who are trained. You know, those who are not trained, even that one, they won't come out for you to see. Because they are not trained. But the trained one will come out. If you just go and call it, they will come out, the trained ones.
Okay.
But those who are not trained, they will inside the water, they don't come out.
So what would they eat?
They're fish and frog there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they swim with
Do
them.
people still swim with the
But
crocodiles?
not this time.
Now they've stopped?
They stopped.
Why?
Come to around, you know, during the dry season, people swim with them, but this time, you know, the water is plenty, so.
Oh, okay.
Don't do that this
But
time.
the dry season?
Yeah, coming to around January to this thing, March to January. If you come in, you see the children inside swim with them.
Okay.
But this time they stopped.
And how come the crocodiles don't bite them?
You know, you know, Paga here, we don't do the crocodile meat. It's about taboo. One that die, we do better than the way better ourselves. And that's why they are now friendly to us. You know, one that die, we better than the way we better ourselves. And we don't kill them, we don't eat the meat. Paga here, we don't do the crocodile meat. One that die, we better than the way better ourselves.
So I tried crocodile meat in Kenya. If you are watching this video and you eat crocodile meat, just know that here is very sacred. They don't eat crocodile meat.
They don't do that.
They don't do that. They don't do that here.
Don't do that.
So yeah, we are currently here about to call them with this chicken and hopefully get to see them, take some videos, take some pictures. So let's go, guys.
I want to capture the crocodile in like slow motion.
So he's currently calling them.
Anywhere here, crocodile can pop out.
I see one over there.
Let's start here. Let's start here.
One is coming out.
Reggie, back. You go this way. Reggie. Good. Come this way.
I want to feed you. Huh?
Oh, this is exciting. Let's go further. The skin is very rough. Come closer. It's time for Gloria.
Go, you go down.
So Jonah has decided to.
It's coming forward.
Stella. It's coming. It's coming.
Wait down.
Again.
Throw it down, down, down.
Let it hit the map.
Down.
Wait.
Try run.
So is there only one crocodile we are going to see?
Yeah, many because the chickens are one. So if you want to see plenty, unless you
buy more chicken.
Yes, right. You can see plenty.
Oh, okay. So the more chicken you get, the more crocodiles you get to see.
Why these people are friendly, why they are here, why they are friendly, is that they saved the life of the founder of this town, who was a hunter. So one day he went to the bush to hunt all his water and food. He took along with him, got finished.
Okay.
And there was no way, he went to the bush to hunt, sat under a tree when he saw one crocodile passing. And he realized that crocodile don't stay anywhere apart from water. So he followed it gradually. When he entered a hole where there is water, he fed the water and drank and filled some of his containers and he started hunting again. When he finished something, coming back home, he met the river. The river was flooded and there was no way to cross this river. As he was standing there, he saw the same crocodile trying to cross this river. And those days, hunted those spoke of animals. This man spoke to it and he held the tail of the crocodile, and the crocodile pulled him across this river. When he came back home, he narrated all what has happened to his family members, and they decided to consult the Sisoya because those days crocodiles were wild, they were killing them, they were eating the meat of them. And the Sisoya confirmed that you shouldn't make an attempt to kill a crocodile because the crocodile saved his life. And it's happened that this man had a quarrel of his family members back at Burkina Faso, a village called Kampala, and he decided to look for a place to settle. He started from Burkina Faso, walked towards here, where he gets here, he said, Ipagayu. In our language, it means my eye like this place. That is why he also had the name Ipagayu. So when he settled here for a few years later, he was hunting around, he met a small water line, he saw two crocodiles lying in this water. It came to his mind that back at Burkina Faso, Kampala, there are crocodiles, not a Paga here. So he quickly went to the Sisoya again. And the Sisoya confirmed that the crocodile does save his life for the past years, come to stay with him. So he shouldn't make an attempt to kill any crocodile, should rather protect them. From there, he vowed not to take the meat of it or killing it, or none of his descendants to do so. From there, we also follow that tradition up to now. When they die, we bury them like the way we bury ourselves, and every year they have been reproducing. That's why there are now many other here. So when they are about to lay their eggs, they come to our houses where we dump the refuse, the boiler, the big end of them and lay their eggs, or the size of the river bank. And the numbers start to lay their eggs January and the hatch April. And we also believe that the total number of people who stay in Paga here represent the total number of crocodiles, meaning each crocodile represents human soul. So it's the brief history about Paga Crocodile Pond. Do you have any question?
Okay. A number of years ago when I came, I was told that I think that person who found the land, Paga, he became, I think, the first chief
of Paga.
And so, is it that they lay the eggs everywhere or just at the chiefs?
The chief follow all there are some particular houses at the group. Like, let's for instance, if you're a stranger, you settle here, they may not come to your house and lay those eggs.
So your house really lay eggs?
Oh yes. For you to know that you, for instance, maybe you are not forbidden to take a crocodile meat, will never come to your house. Yeah, they won't come there and lay your house.
This brings us to the end of this vlog. I'm right here from the Upper East region, Navrongo, specifically Paga. Anytime you find yourself in the Upper East region, make it a point to come here, come and feed some crocodiles because they need more of your chickens. I had an amazing time here, thanks to the tour guide and everyone who helped us. So it's time to go. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. Until next time on my next video, exploring Navrongo. See you. I love you all. Mwah. So they are renovating the place, so I'm sure the next time you come, you'll see an improvement. So the taxi driver that brought us, we had to call him to pick us back to the station, and it costs 5 Ghana cedis per person if you are going to go with the station taxi. So yes, and the taxi is, the drive from the station to Paga is just about 15 minutes drive. I hope you are doing amazing. So I'm currently here in the heart of Accra, a hotel very popular. I mean, anyone who passed East Legon has been seeing this hotel. It's called the Men's Big Hotel, and I'm here to explore this place. So this place is known for its big and spacious conference room, and I'm currently here to spend the night. In fact, have a staycation here with my friend. And so of course, you know, I can't go to a hotel without taking you along. So come, let's go, let's explore this place. Let's go, guys. I'm sure you are interested to see how the room looks like, right? Come, let's go. So this is the washroom. Yeah, come, let me show you. So the room is so spacious. The room is really, really spacious. And the room is colorful, the room is beautiful. The furniture has like a vintage touch. So if you're an art lover, you really love this room because at any point, like, there's beautiful art facing me, behind me, in front of me, and it's so beautiful. Like, look at this painting, like, that is nice. And yeah, I came with my friend. My friend had flowers this morning. Oh, how cute. She's such a lover girl. And this is going to be my room. I came last night and I had fried rice and chicken. It was so good, and I woke up to this beautiful view. Let me show you my view from here. Meet my friend. Hi, Millie. Hi. Do you all remember her from my Cote d'Ivoire videos? Do they remember you?
I'm a popular guest.
Yes, she's very popular on my channel. Let me know your favorite part of the room. Is it this painting? Is it the bed? Or the washroom? Or this painting? It comes with a TV, a fridge. So this is the fridge. So you get a good welcome when you come here, and the place is really nice, very colorful. I think this is a perfect place for maybe when you have like a wedding dress up. You can come and dress up because it's really big, really spacious. You can have like maybe your bride and your bridesmaids here or your groomsmen here. It's such a big space. You can tell from the video. Look at this. And I like the fact that it's in the middle of town. So whilst you're here, you can see Legon, you can see Villaggio, you can see like the Accra township. So guys, yesterday I made a new friend and she happens to be the manager. Hi Belinda!
Hi Stella.
Good to see you.
Same here. Actually, I'm not the manager. I'm actually the reservations manager.
Oh, she's still the manager. She's still the manager. So, what's special about this place? Tell me.
Well, I'll say that it's our conference room that makes us very special.
Okay.
Because we have a lot of conference rooms, about 8 of them.
Wow, that's a lot.
And the largest sits up to 700. So we have quite a number. And then I'll say that we have more conference rooms than our competitors around here.
Okay.
Yeah, because we are mainly into conferencing. So most of the time we host a whole lot of conference here. Also our rooms. We have the largest room. Most of our rooms are very
spacious. Yeah.
Yes.
The room I had it's really big and very colorful.
Sure.
Yeah.
Most of the rooms are like that, big space, and guests really enjoy coming there because of the space. Yeah, and then the vintage touch.
Yeah. the wood. Yeah.
So you see, that really makes people come here often. And our friendly staff, we are always ready to welcome you. Even if you stay out there for a long time and you come, we are still able to make you out. So it's like home away from home when you visit here. So.
Okay. Since I have met the manager, I'm going to get an extra night for free, right?
Yeah. I hope you are having fun.
Oh yes, I am. So guys, you heard it from her. I mean, let's explore the place. I hope you're enjoying watching this vlog as much as I'm enjoying my time here at the Men's Big Hotel. I realize there's an annex.
Yeah, we used to operate, but now we are not operating it anymore.
Okay, so guys, let's continue enjoying the view from the Men's Big Hotel. Wow, they really have big halls. Like, wow, I think it's really known for like conferences. So if you are a company, you want to have your conference here, you don't have to sleep here to rent their spaces. Good morning from the Men's Big Hotel. You can see Villaggio from here. And you can see Legon from here. And yeah, this is a beautiful pool. Cheers. It's pool time! Yay! I have my bikini under my dress, and yeah, she's also ready. We are going to swim. You all know me. I can't go somewhere with a pool and decide not to swim. It's not possible. The only thing is today I don't want to get my hair wet, so I have here something to cover my hair, and yeah. So let's go and swim. We are currently in the rainy season, so you can't be assured of a good weather every day. But thank God at least today the sun is out a little. Yeah, so we are going to swim. Banku and tilapia as always, and she's having jollof rice. Tilapia. So yeah, all invited. Let me taste their banku for the first time. It's nice. The shito is really good. Let's try their tilapia. I highly recommend their tilapia. I had chicken yesterday and it was good. Second meal of the day, apart from the breakfast I had, is tilapia and also good, very spicy. If you don't want spice, you can just order. So I'm currently here at the gym and I'm the only one here. Yeah, so this is my outfit check. Woo! Last night was my last night here. Today is Sunday morning, and this is going to be my last morning here. I just quickly had to just dress up, change to this outfit, go have breakfast and leave here. I have my church outfit here, so I mean it's Sunday, and once I'm in Accra I have to make it to church. So from here I'm going straight to church. I wanted to show you how beautiful I look and share my experience here at the Men's Week Hotel. I think the place is really big. It's a very big space, and the staff are really friendly. All the staff I've come in contact with are like, oh, this, oh, that. Like, I've even made friends while here. The breakfast was good. I had lunch. I had banku as always. Banku and tilapia yesterday. Then, and you know, the lunch was so heavy that I forgot to even order for dinner, so I didn't have dinner last night. That's why I'm so hungry this morning. So I'm going to have breakfast for the last time, and yeah, so this has been my experience here. I encourage anyone, if you're in Accra and you want a place to stay, come to the Men's Week Hotel. I had a good time here, and it's in a prime area at East Legon. It's very close to the airport. It's about 10 minutes drive from the airport. You can see Villaggio from here, you can see Legon from here. It's like in the middle of the city, so you don't have a problem when it comes to the location. So let's go. I saw it back here, so yeah, let's go have breakfast, and yeah, I'm going to say bye-bye to this room. The bed is messy, but I really like the painting here. Here is so colorful. When you look here, something beautiful. When you look at the other side, another painting which is so beautiful. So let's go have some breakfast. I made 3 new friends while having breakfast, and yeah, I have 3 new subscribers. So if you're watching this, shout out to you. Yeah, so yeah, let's go. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience at the Menswick Hotel. Until next time on my next video, I want to say I love you all. I just left East Legon. I'm going to church. Catch you guys on another day, another video. As always, thanks for the support and everything. I love you all.
Nkommo Woho bre na aso an odofo we de me ha meni nka so eye mi abia East Legon landlady Tracy Boache ori kwa na watwe ba kokra mbetoso ye na so emu top secret allegation mu amuchire ma ni colleague bi boyfriend okoje no ai mu na mo chire mu ene eye wedding producer Kofi Asama chira wo chire ma chese mafia gang wo twe won si nchen be bi wo wedding ase emu nsem emu nkomo ene na wotwe abedi na wonim se na wotwe de se mebre twegu entertainment industry no enu tofa na chese maboa no amdi na babeso we de ye nche kra wo se kasa ye mframa mama ye ntwa ye ho na ne ekọ nyina amabroni membe sangu ho mama mini pa memo akwa abawo edwuma wo ho wonim se me de me nchiro fake Nkommo Woho ankasa na chese eye Tracy Boache wari wo Kumasi wonim se chese trendy last week me be chire mu ne ekọ ne ade ne France 2022 de share so adofo atwa akwan twa plane ticket e be hwe bi de chese penny be hwe or trendy the whole week me to check my Tracy Boache ne nikunu eye Frank beduntiamoa na eye bride no ye kase wedding nim se etwie nim se bride ne ntare him se na ebekọ ba mo na mo na mo ka na mo so Tracy Boache ase to bua dress na sheda nko nim se bia na say dress na sheda nko yi nti na mafu hwe nim pa se wedding na se den na ebekọ na mafu me de me to check my bride no na ne ntare mu say from robe to traditional gown, to white gown, to wedding reception, to dinner, to a year Thanksgiving and Tarina, it was on point. Now, yes, I said, Mamma, a year any morning robe, and Fiat, and who's an answer there. Near Banner to say bride and answer obey a wedding makeup, and was obey robe, big crana, send a makeup, and an easy to try pictures. Bridesmaid, I bet you did they cry. Oh, just say. Now, I said, they ain't so fake wedding, and we plan it, Ankasa. Now, robe no share some till a colored way robe was designed by a year today's styles, and you know, so she's based in Kumasi. Now, no year fan, cause her hairstyling was on point, makeup, very man, makeup, no, yeah, man, was so beautiful. Now, what Chima a year morning robe no, she also got $2 be was Etia fuchire mu a wo $50 na ye fake na me say dollars a me agina he yan fa yan san so dollars madam mo to me hwe video keke hu say scan na ye fake ama for me de me nke bi ba mo chire ma mo say scan na it say they were etin mo hwe and say Joe Biden US dollar na me say mo no me de me nke be say what check dollar against Ghana today against a dollar no and put the men can ho asem na ye fi ho no ma o share any morning robe ni wie na fe de the next one a traditional gown we say kintan kasa wan hye na beaded heavily beaded we say it was with green detail be Tracy hu ye fan kasa na me the customary way gown no o share na me fan kasa na wan hu say na style wa say ensa ba ku bi wan hye ne fan nso so okita je say fan ni kekura je say bonanim ha say Tracy hu ye fan kasa if a traditional gown na who's on any bridesmaid jina ho ne ade ni kunu so matching kente who's on ho ye fan kasa warefo na ewo kromi na ye fi ho na ye ko white gown is a very simple look and yet to say gown bia kesi bi na okunu ni nya baby nja se na ya as am bride by your choice Wo na be decide so person she ball gown, wo person she A-line, ye taro ho anase body. This a bibia ye wo na be decide. But Tracy gown we dey no ho ye fan kasa. Wa hun say nice crystal details. There's a stones and one shishen. Ese woni en sha wo ka kire. Na where the ye kogu dey one ye kogu na feel say unka ni nyina nka ye wie. Na ne Tracy so no is the go landlady ye wedding now feel say one day pe. Ono say esiefo na atwefo munya abotare. Na mo ye executive san of fellow say executive wedding dinner bi. Na ne dey nso na ye strictly by invite. Na ne first look no one who so PM wo share eyi atari bi say a gold. Now very nice. Now I said train be was side. Me say train and I was side. I was not really feeling it. But I already know fan kasa because we say nufuno. That was the day I was also show body cleavage kakra but na enye too loud. They be find sa. Yellow one is gold. We say crystals me so stones na. She look very good. No sense we enya one man so how some red one being so she was laced. Just say oh dressing who ye fan. I say no do bo modern kasa she gwan kasa we say gwan na one she. Hey! Oh, Jai, only say you be do when munyam ne bomadiano. Watch she na the design and do ya dia kasa taren so red one some for chema efe. That was also one of my favorite look from the bride. Na a Sunday do unu say aware for the obekwa koye Thanksgiving na say sorry. Na ne Tracy just a white a ya tare bi o she boduku kama. I only knew kunu a frank bedunti amata say awari de ye fan kasa. Ne say awari de e hwam. Na emu nkomo nyefa e dress ni nkogu ho no. Na wo say ma wedding na se no. Na ngofo kase oh ama boni akwa yese mafia gang fo na eye fia hwa snake ani da ma na pia ye hu we de na sa se hwa hu ase e bia Tracy yi won sinche na me se me de minim me friend in bisani se o share da ye bo apaye na otwi won sinche mafo chema o na se na ka o chema ye won na franka e bia nka bridal team na o ka ho e na me so be pese mama ya we se won se bridal team ye fia hwa snake ani da mo wani afi Tracy ko frɛ fia se ne maame nti ye de na o de ne maame ka ne bridal team nti bi that was the reason why I want fan anka and also okay fine I'm a business person defend ye fia dia ya ati ase na wo se wo kire ma baby a wo beti won se si won bo aka se akwa ye se was sidelining won ye say where the na see who se wo play important role bia eye fia hwa snake atama Tracy ko won sa se person also train mu kakra ne say from amididi echi ye hu ani se eye wedding producer Kofi Asamoah edi na echi bo se efia konchen kakra hu se ye twa video konchen na sa menti me hu ase video kakra na beto abonte na mafo di so mu na ne betwe sere wo che ma wo efia kwa ye se bia na hu hia wo wedding na se ne se bebebebebe na so hono ma video no beto abata mi se o mi ya sure pa se eye nyana na to do friend na asibulanga bebe yi na ano no beto se Kofi Asamoah ya hwana ope ya ho hwehwe o chema ope so ye de wo ka mafia gang wo se wo di den wo kosoro ba fem wo renka ho o se je se wo se eyi Tracy ne ho ye den na wa che da de ho ba betale na se wo ye na ada ho se wo nyoni papa o se wo ye he na che se onu aba Tracy we na ba be so ni mu se won content who are you that be na wo buy who born dogs if you just ga chirima na nsem ye de betu jana mafo chema na fia na say also ye wedding producer that he has to bring law and order just say ye hye bibia so akoko gina baby na say wo say konchen anka we bufu sembe ne wa bogo kokwa apaya just say won tin ho ase beti didi bra yatem but mafo chema wedding de ombo modern ankasa ye say de hu say nkobebre wo ho ne ade was well plan put together because we say wedding we so be abegina between phone they say be waste time official producers photographers and videographers come munya time bo import as ada ya for yen me ntia so mu kotwetwa wedding see pictures here mu we nso am post mu ya na delete ntia sa pressure be na mo de man mo be explain say den na wedding yim na mu nsem sema bana te say hunum say wedding ye wie na mo a wo kire won adwe social media online in-laws ni ade men shadanti mu hwasio eye councillor Luther o chema also otete Nkommo bi se wo se eye Frank bedunti amwe shadan shenesa Germany no wo na wo hwa Tracy wo skase na men so me bese me bisa muso obere mankwa na chese ese wo ska na chese okwaware obia chese bia wo skase na say memman so what our pay my enyana like I just don't really understand it but councillor Chema sina Tracy bi so ba say didn't say sinibo aka say ye ba krom ho wo ska na den dey is le go na ko hwe ni mu say aka Tracy be ware bere ma bia ase bia wo bi bro so as scatter Fiat bank situation ni bia but aka say ye ni kunu ye just like normal en ka so niska but Chema na nka expertise obi a o change so bro so biasa na wa kire mo say we disappointed in Tracy choice and mafotim say obi ankasa de ne boys so be ware na wo de anka wo opinion de fa ho ben na some de kofi bebre na akasa Nkommo Wood actor your boy siki ai onu so kire ma ne colleague Tracy Boache na wa roma ne 6 months awari ni begu yes na mo ye ni mo na mo obi awari na wari na be che ni so man 6 months awari ni begu amafa ya mo ntine wi asenyesa na allegation bi edi echi na me de mention da o de meka mu pese meka mu de meka wo chirema Tracy Boache ni husband Frankie na o date Nkommo Wood actress bi anya sa kwa na ba be hu Tracy na wa ware no na wobobo di hu na wobo abrowa mafia Vivian Jilding obo ni din wom mu say trendy say no ni Frankie date na wonim ne ba ye wo hu ane say on Tracy akwa twempena na fede wode aware na mafo chirema wo say we hie se keke ye de bogui ne ye wo hɔ na ye hu say abrowa mafia Vivian J oba Nkommo Wood after oba so no say ye kan ho fede Vivian Jilding okra bi ankasa obe make some Instagram post bi no say at the right time obe kasa na ma say akwakoye say ya mpa o na binim so bia na enyo on the Tracy ne Frank bia na onu akasa making post ne e wo hwa na mafia gang leader Fiat Asnega ye video bi no chema o say den no tete won from am say o say at the right time obe kasa o chema o say Fiat Asnega obo na nso ye boa but o chema say Frank ne onipa akona wo kan ho asem no oni ni date for 10 years onipa akona tama wo date no ono so break relationship no no barima foforo ekonyem kowwe nti na relationship ni na ebegu no so kan na ekogui nti onti asese se akwakogu na so bema na akwakonyo bi foforo you are making a whole fast so ba beka so se jai akasa no kwa no njai tie no beka no mafo se anka fianka wo ye wanu din an sanka obi ampo nim so ni Nkommo Wood actress here working on akwa out dating for 10 years na mafo chema efia wo kasa too much be ya anka semba nya abotare but nsem ne de do so bebre na ye ne nim se akwa kogu just ware fruit na mo beke bi anka bi ye mo bad case ye hu se ye Frank bedun tiamwa an Frank yo to say Tracy nya post ni so no ba be ware na me check ni social media followers they were skyrocketed just say na kofu bebre be follow all of a sudden me kwa me dwen ho amenti ase ma Frankie post video bi on ne cruise just say Tracy na kasa na take any mo no kasa twe no so one side no chemu say unless they kill God na just obedo na yire na say na mafuche ma nanka wona wo say wona we head of the family nanka come keep relationship out of social media no dey nanka kampo nanka na say na wo buy why is it that what the relationship better outside na say as a moody nkrofo bi ehin wo chirema efutu awode ama Tracy ne Frank ne say wo say adwebrew where the ni di echi but ebe ya anka social media ne sa shares na den mo yi relationship every social media na mo nya ne private na no mu na ebetumi enyi ama na kwani ba me dem na meka ne say Bache ye ma congratulations in tiele ma afoka bo mo dia na prove ne say yes na ro mekai medical ne fela wo chema ready na nkosi bebia but they've spent over 2 years together and Tracy ne Frank me ma congratulations mo bo dia no ma ware ni ngina o cause against where on standby say mo baptism no de esimuni ense mo ka kire ayo na sene munne na yetete won fama be mfu kire ma sinitwani osanso ye television presenter na Mama Brown ono kwa bono say Mike Brown ai say na ubona na me bo amano na yetete say wo say some break you take you or the koye anybody kaka mafuche ma say body ne emu abrebi ase etuni bia beka wo hips ase sisini nso awurema kom na me se me de mi ni mo na moka na na Mike Brown I know your speaker he samete mo koye Kumasi no obiem say question bi be pm no chema ono she's not shy to talk about like poibi mo just a kwatwe party kwahye she's not shy to talk about it and also to do too gassy utoka akra bia utoka 2000 as the year go by no say emre kono mmeda ne ho no na say wo spray car ne kakra wo maintain no nti ono she doesn't see anything wrong so bi wanya wuska wo ye comfortable and wo decide say but you be maintaining ni kakra just say maintenance kakra just say bia be ye hu adwuma kakra just say surgery bi kakra be ko under the knife na just say wa to na me yamam say bia ye fro na eso na be say wo yi fat ni bi kakra ko hye we echi ha say bia no funu na e dos na be say wo ye breast reduction say bia wo sisi na afole say bia esubi so be say emu komo to say me di bia betumi aye into o chire ma she sees nothing wrong with that no de betu na ma say aso na say anka nya eya kumana just be open naka so waka kwaye body keke ase opese wo dey to mu bi opese wo ye careful about it but one check them fan to just plain place maka kwaye me body but Ochema she's not shy to talk about it. Oh, now what trade dey anti asem do? One my body no say me gina ha say na just Nkommo no. Anka me pemu dey anka feel see just see trends I just say dey abetu dwa na say ye asiru bi na ye koye nim. E that's why I say ye actor. Watch ya kabi. But me say oh, aden. Watch ya just say we ye mo friend na we entertaining and ade oh. Na dey no okay baby. Watch ma e ye onya mouse show bi na we Russian e ko 37. Na one him say krom ha dey. Hospitals akese be government ones we say no birth syndrome. Odo woni pe bi be ko na tem pa krampo e de ne beto so ahwe ne cry e bi ni ho. Just say the whole place is packed. Watch me e bi to no e ye e ko blanks ni twani e ne mame dokon na wa confirm say ampa. What if a you watch a do 37? Now, Pampo, just what in the better so cramp, a binny walk straight as soon as a washing. Doctor, you call base and I grace a marble to him or call buy or buy and it's a wire and coupon. But watch you, we would not 52 years. Now, in some year to Ghana, just a entertainment industry in a pay tribute to and just say actors, Musevamika crampo a morning no chema. Only the who is several times or any opportunities on in the bedroom movie cry. Now, what you would, just I am covered bray and not ah. Well, I say some few years ago, doing as minister, who's a cobany ade. Yansha dance so ya read be near tea and say waka baby. I will say media, I am man for ya, but I can say coupon and baby pa and for watch and see. Ah, now do any try your social media? Now what treat the pictures be a trendy pie if a year. Former President John Dramani Mahama and Lodina Mahama. Omu a year 30th wedding anniversary. Musa muye events bino musa suri no mu renew or mu marriage vows. Na just na ye fekeke. Na wa wo share a President John Mahama just say we exchange vows here. We share one ring. Na just say why ye nsa say bias or flaunt. And say hey John, odo ye would say na woni moto this. Hey, now just say. They look so flawless. They look just say omuhuye fan kasa na just ceremony ate womba boys for yine Farida yehu wase some members of the National Democratic Congress NDC for yehu wase bi muze eyi Reverend eyi obofo kwade ne nikot pemo just adofofo ehia just say na eye event no won eye lunch we be more have say happy ever after some lunch be away na tesen ko for bass no ye hu say ye wiela an na kan nyumtili te say oye performance no invite ye Mahama ba dance na te say asa wo ye oh na ye fe Lodina so ba no so be che ne bopre be display some dance move and kasa no say ye former first lady o krania ma hey what said that bomadi yesterday oh so oh because mbeka say ye na me but wo de wa wo hwe picture yi wo hwe ma me ya hu say o kra ni mo nyam ne achimunya say body on body bodylicious ankasa wa hu say wa kra ne hu ye we all right but hu say body na ankasa wa bomodin atwe ne hu ankasa hu say nje say bia say bibi hu bebi atwentwem no way former first said you orange ro fake na pictures be bra be togu na hu says efe na pictures be to na mafuche ma we de a relationship goals ankasa hey Unza odo oh muni modo di ankasa. Na unza mama ni yiri de. Just a one trend. The man for say na tap into this. I tap. Na me say no. Aye. Mama yenji yellow dinner any Mahama and same use. Mama yen try nkakra. Ye kwa ban sem ni de o me nka na da o. Ete fie tapa dinner besom. Say on hine banning and papa tias. Just say no quarry. Abu February jet to say papa di oguska. Ne papa just say o to ko so na nkasa ono ne ne papa. Ne papa ka so obi antumi nkasa bi. Na ye kidi an golden boy Ghana ne numtini. Ne ba boy ya friend Zaini. Na ye hu say as one my father and son goes bi. Nyam zimi hu be nyam say eh that bendi for that bend. That bend you be wu bi na ye mbe ye no cruise wa town. Video be a kid posty one Instagram story na me who say on in a bazay no mutima. Just a vanity front seater. Just say one Nkommo Woho. No, okay, say my father is the richest. Ne papa was or the say a year ashafo. Nya ne papa Tom and they say, hey, no. Patterson papa de your riches on the kiddies on come by power out say and shen or share shipping right on that out and be flaunting the word now be a moon so. Now video you'll be posting out just say or Sunday share must say papa the smartest. Hey, our body I'm afraid the man papa say, hey, Zay no. They say, oh, a Drubian Academy, all the own send papa the smartest, the richest. Now video there ye fan cast and all the woman and Shana would say, send a fans I is in a man papa a kiddie.
My dad knows everything. He's just the smartest dad in the whole world. I will see you next time, but my daddy is the richest. See what I got. See what I got. See, he's the richest in the whole world. Richest dad in the whole world.
Say it was so dear, a fella McAfee, I medical year. Neohani who says, while dropping some new photos that were Instagram, Jamidi speed and some of Sheniako. The one who some black leather jacket, or share some stockings be. Brown B, no sense to J red boots, now say, oh, my fierce look B, as oppose you can serious, oh, pictures in the NAF, and can I tell my, hey, Mrs. Frempon, as a body near a Temuan Casa. Now, my main car, if a last minute, me funny crudy in between. I am say a medical, he's coming up with a new album, say planning and plotting. I Nemuno Chirema, say dear, will declare a sex strike, we will say a thing. No, say dear, or pay full focus now, the idea, Juman say, dedicated to the album, now, Benama Puchema, hey, MDK, so Casa, pay full focus, and I just say, album, yeah, baby, just say, Erin Cafe mood, they say, you just one casa. MDK Chema, or baby putty a sex, the same pass will go on in a year requiring for full concentration. Or some Chema, a year alcohol, a smoking, made a minimum say a cigarette, and I say, or some tower smoking, or come made a mean to mention. But also, now, we put it on hold because of any upcoming album, a planning and plotting or the baron for Chemosi, a pamachoy. So, say, you make it sacrifice, and Pessy, Betsy, Miamedocono, Mehono. I got an name to me. The same for the mean to me interest or your name, but it's a businesswoman. Mimi, and Danny Michaels, so Mimi Devilish. Okay, Mimi, 10 times, I know. Who said first, listen, and say, put the moon. Hey, first time, say Mimi, this place is singing news to not say some terrible obsession. I, Mimi, are 7 and maybe baking. Now, Mimi Chema for 13 good years. No pay back or pay a funumuba, and I'm going to say fruit of the room. When I come out translating this today. But so what's say? Ochema 13 good years, no pepper. Oh yeah. When you be now for the for the past 6 years, pregnancy test and negative ones. I just say we keeping in. I just say video no your share great. Just almost a test is over me how many over almost 48 test case. Didn't a negative. Also keeping in. She was holding on to it. But I hope I na duma or ache no bad girl for fair fade. Also, she's letting go of all her past, all her sorrows. And no real no sounds to do a year encouragement. Am I a mere a baby? I will tell ma. And Paba, send your coupons here, see you quiet. Modiana, boy, you may pass your way with the Modiana bo. Now you bomb pie, say a medical, even now ube taking, so I take it. Now hope he sell Benyaba. Also, send our one and dance the one and testimony. Shani, mamma, bemumbu, Maya Mutan, as a muman coffo, in some of Ebuma bells, a baby. Send on no coupon, a beerman. Also, were reaching myself, be a pebebia, or your coupon, bet to me, I a beerman. I recall so, Major Hamid and Shadantas, only there was a god the righteous judge, and the any pioneers mean booby at thing. But my for Chema was a name because I was drowned one tias, a year and an agrada. Can coffee but said also of any evangelist Patricia Odro Cranton, Mama Pat, send a one will try to shorten. Who say, oh, Christ, away Jaya communion, D, no also Alpha Bible. Your man was at the do be at them. And also, evangelist, and I can didn't social media back to back beef. I can who here. Becca sometime or on the Joyce blessing train, Quenya releases some audio being a dear fine cozy baby. Now, your honey who say, I say, Agrada was with be an Asoyan, and as I saw it's a one flew. I brought Sanga with it as a nipa woman out is a war praises near the end the enemy Yakoso. Now, what's a while Denin as a minister of God? I would ye. Why events here, course, you was a mammy share a yass of far tire to say, why and who to say, and who brassing and one, Nama for Chema, yat. Also, say Nyankopon na afro that time you and I we were not there. It mean be charge but sad na ya obegina social media di atemu use to kase finia it doesn't speak well of us because they be for Christopher then mu kwa na mu ka na ogu Nyankopon ni mfi nti wo kire ma agrada so Nyankopon afro a but modern na ye ne yesene fata ye mpese ye bete sa wo shadiness sa wo beef na ye social media no Ghana had a rolling na ye illegal ti ko teach say obonsam ta we rolling bi se wo de ba be hya wa no betumi a kyerɛw ai unim se ne ekoso okroma se wo dua ye wi ai wo se wo fene dem obonsam tawa o din je se nickname bebre a o se ahabantage oh je se edoso se what se wo dua bia na se wo betwa ni nyina egu to wo pagya him na je se wo kyerɛ ma je se area ho nyina bia ye high na you na Reggie Rockstone a kyerɛ mo se Ghana ha se on timase krakrakrakra we here kamu tumi dua for a year medicinal purpose o se nya say wo ba hyedi bio kamu dua na te bia mo export mo de bi ye nuru ni adanko beto mo ka e bi ska bebre e be nya ska bebre so mo so ya mo se mo ntem ho ase e o me kwa other countries ehu the way they've seen the light o mo so dua bi nya te say equity revenue ma country ni o che mo so no de wo wo ni be sine o so no kwa ne e kam 9th pub bi unu say Reggie Rockstone o businesses bebre also who says how we free and say Rastafarianism to say te be what light na say wo so ma say what twim also who so be o misbehave to say na ya one mensa say mo be ma alcohol na mo ye no also who be sada is mo so am say ye we ye nye na alcohol na fan ko sin ti Reggie Rockstone chire ma on de wan ka so onum bio on ye akwe ye interview o Lowdown wan ka so onum bi wan ka sa akra but chire ma ono de who say mo say wo smoke weed wo misbehave wo public also who be that answer me ba best story so Ghana ha yem beauty queen ba ko pe ai hamamat unim sa mama den who ye fe ye kasa melanin to say she's promoting the African culture says she's highlighting our country okoshe na to am say otwitwa pictures be share butter ni ade unim so to ibi ai wo so packaging fine na ye wo ha junior ne mama de betu dwa so onyem on the occasion of Father's Day no releasing the first baby bamboo na te say mama te man ye off day so ni ne say ye da so ya say we post a picture bi ase ne ye funi kakra unsa haja for real party so share some red mini dress bi na te say she's flaunting it Rihanna cran fan wo be kai Rihanna ta mo nyimi ena na Rihanna de ye funi kire ena say ba eyi mama te ne de edutwem who said this skin akasa eto so skin ye fe na say as of flaunte ukonu Instagram page ade obehu nya making bi na manfo ma say na wonim say Africa hade ye say dan ye funu so na bia na hohum mem say ka wanu tu onu akasa na waso no so nu besuo ni ye funu ya ye din oza asa manfo ma hama mata ma ye mye bebre kwan ado awo me de ntumi nche sa okwa ado me de ntumi nche ba na wo twi de onim say in semi de na edoso feature si buachi besi eye Fiat nigga eba eye hinampo te semi de na edoso bebre de nyina betudwa da se ne ye besan so ehia ma boni bi me need to ho ade se me monitor ne ye bekoso bia fila trend beef ene ne akuka hu nyina me da betudwa nti makram ye besan so ehia next week.
Founders Day, and I'm currently at Tiptoe Lane to ask people what they know about the Founders Day.
I heard about a big city, but the issue is that there are many, but the issue is only one person that names top all the big six. So when you talk about Nkrumah cover all those people. Do you understand? So if you come or if you come to power and you say no, this is what I want to do, but it doesn't match. When you go outside, everybody knows Nkrumah, who is Nkrumah is. So there's no need for us to talk about it. When you go outside Ghana, everywhere we hear about Nkommo.
Minim class na holiday. Minim gra. Mi bedu adwuma mu na so bi ka che me say mo say holiday na mi say holiday be mo say Founders Day as whatever. Minim class na holiday. Oh, Mate Founders Day Mate da. I don't know say no class na I don't know mo say kai Kwame Nkrumah birthday as whatever. Ana minimum bi chebi lamte akufu ado no akufu john or whatever. Ana odate lamte ne to be frank street jade any holiday oh ye Sunday kwa baba kan ye jira ene amasa Ghana yesu ye ko dina fi ni ngodi dey nti amasa tiano 247 ye nyakwa kan nyumre kan ke be shedwa but ye shedwa na customers no ile yeah the minimum say na ye sa founders na kasa na it is celebrity emubako yeah but after the omo account nyina bom I celebrate me say me nimpa dia enka me ma na emom no o say this time no niam mu entene ti nipa ne bebre ono mo a holiday no kra no say nya ban adwuma na o ya o be focus on be adwuma because as a system no mo edene tete kwachi ko fa koko ba ye nim so na de koko e de e ba ye how come so be so di we ya ba ne de bi bata me ne say do na ka say finance dey me nti ase I didn't cause South Finance Day na yeah say any pa be 6 any pa 6 mo communicate about ko pen e be di kan di do di kan no one e di gold medal na de e ma no enti you come nkwan no odi kan no one e say bo na disabled dey na de e ma no anya say di bi beta ho na we ka ho na we ka ho na we ka ho na we ka ho me dey do was na em ka so mo celebrate a me dey esa me hu
no credit e ba ko enra me ba eco school ba no kaza dada e chan abo ayen ko school ana am say ada no say holiday kamente ho hwe minim ne ekọ bia ada enya mo kwa na maba na mo busa me kamente kra say asesan bebi o mi nko ba bia me ne me ire ne me ma wo fienti ne ba bia ko
those who fought for our independence, which is Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, JB Damkwa, William Ofuliata. It's because of the economy. Things are very hard. The dollar, the cedis. You cannot stay home. You have to come work. At least you can get something to eat or move your business on.
In as much as people knew about today's Founders Day, others were so clueless about what was happening today. My name is Dorina Banmabaya, and I'm out.
Your boyfriend sponsors you. You exchange something for your boyfriend. It's not free. There's no free lunch.
Right there.
It takes a certain level of unmatched talent to bring a low-cost outfit to life or make it look extravagant. Ladies, you don't always have to break your back to look good. Learn to stay within budget. But why are women who live lavish lifestyle always cited for dating big men? Can't we make our own money? This is Mons and Kados with Paula Amabroni, and on this episode, we shake some three-legged tables. We'll be right back.
Right there.
Welcome back. This is Mons and Kados with the ever beautiful Paula Amabroni. It's always a pleasure coming your way. Now today's topic is something of interest to me because I see a lot of ladies doing the thing wrong just because they want to look good. They have to break the bank. You know, sometimes you don't even have the money, but it's game how to look good. So they're going to help us discuss and suggest ways of how we can still stay in budget and look good. So seated on my couch is Efua Dill. She's an actress. Efua, welcome to Moons and Cuddles.
Thank you.
This is her first time here. So later on we'll talk about what she does, but then we're going to educate our ladies, see how best we can go. Yeah.
Sure.
And then my very good friend, Tilly Ekuanipa. She's a television presenter. She's with One Play Africa. Tilly, good to have you.
Nice to be here.
Yeah, every day you're hosting me. Today I have you here.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have
nice, eh?
It feels so good.
We're too ja.
Tilly,